This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I still don't know if I should be writing this. Part of me thinks sharing this will make things worse, but I need someone to believe me because I'm running out of time. It started last Tuesday. Nothing special about the day, just a regular weeknight after finals week. I was up late celebrating being done with exams, just chilling in my apartment kitchen. It's a small place in Westlake City, nothing fancy, just what a broke college student can afford with his part-time job at the campus bookstore. Around 1 a.m., I was making a midnight snack, ramen, because what else, and listening to Bohemian Rhapsody through my headphones. I always blast the music way too loud. My roommate moved out last month, so I don't have to worry about bothering anyone anymore. I was standing at the counter, waiting for the water to boil, drumming my fingers to the beat of the song. I was at that part where Freddie Mercury does the Galileo bit, you know? And then it happened. The entire kitchen flashed red. Not like a bright crimson or anything, but this dull, pulsing red that seemed to wash over everything for just a split second. Like someone had thrown a red filter over my eyes and then immediately removed it. I yanked my headphones off, thinking maybe my phone had glitched or something. But no, the song was still playing through them. I checked the ceiling light, but it was the same yellowish bulb I'd been meaning to replace for weeks. I went to the window, but there was nothing outside that could have caused it. No emergency vehicles, no traffic lights visible from my third-floor apartment, just the empty parking lot and the dark street beyond. My heart started racing. I don't consider myself paranoid or anything, but I suddenly felt ice cold, like someone had dumped a bucket of freezing water over me. I'm not ashamed to admit I ran out of that kitchen like a scared kid, left the water boiling and everything. I just grabbed my phone and bolted to my bedroom, locking the door behind me. I spent the next hour searching online for explanations. Power surges, hallucinations from studying too hard. Maybe I was just tired. Nothing seemed to fit. Eventually, I convinced myself I'd imagined it, or maybe it was just a weird reflection of something. I finally fell asleep around 3 a.m. with my lights on. That night, I had the most vivid dream I've ever experienced. I was floating in space, watching a star pulse brighter and brighter until it suddenly exploded into a brilliant shower of colors. The fragments transformed into fireworks, and then, weirdest of all, they formed into what I can only describe as a classic flying saucer, the kind you see in old sci-fi movies. Then a voice, I couldn't tell if it was male or female, said, "You shine brighter than most." Without thinking, I replied, "I am a light being." I have no idea why I said that. It's not something I'd ever say or even think normally. It felt like the words weren't mine, like someone else was speaking through me. I woke up drenched in sweat, my alarm blaring. It was 8 a.m. and I had a shift at the bookstore. All day at work, I couldn't shake the dream or the memory of that red flash. They felt connected somehow, like pieces of a puzzle I couldn't quite fit together. When I got home that evening, I noticed something off about my apartment. At first, I couldn't put my finger on it. Then I realized things weren't where I'd left them. Not dramatically moved, just slightly off. My laptop was angled differently on my desk. The books on my shelf seemed rearranged. The photos on my wall looked tilted. I told myself I was being paranoid. Maybe I'd moved things without remembering. Sleep deprivation does weird things to memory, right? I decided to take a shower to clear my head. As I was washing my hair, I swear I saw a shadow move across the shower curtain. Just a quick movement in my peripheral vision. I ripped the curtain back, water spraying everywhere, but the bathroom was empty. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. That night, I couldn't bring myself to go into the kitchen. I ordered pizza and ate it in my bedroom with the door locked. I tried watching Netflix to distract myself, but I couldn't focus. I kept feeling like someone was watching me, like there were eyes on me from every corner of the room. Around midnight, I finally worked up the courage to venture out for some water. I needed to prove to myself that I was just being ridiculous. The kitchen was dark, and I hesitated before flipping on the light. Part of me was terrified I'd see that red flash again. The light came on normally, but what I saw made my blood run cold. The cupboard doors were all open, every single one. I know I hadn't left them like that. I always close cupboards. It's a weird pet peeve of mine. I backed out slowly, not even bothering with the water anymore. That's when I noticed it, a faint red glow coming from under my refrigerator. Just for a second, then gone. Like a red laser pointer had flashed across the floor. I practically ran back to my bedroom, locked the door, and pushed my dresser in front of it. I know how crazy that sounds, but in that moment, it felt completely necessary. I spent the rest of the night researching strange light phenomena on my phone. Most of what I found was typical paranormal stuff or scientific explanations about ball lightning or electrical anomalies. Nothing that matched what I'd experienced. Then, around 3 a.m., I found a thread on an obscure forum. Someone describing exactly what I'd seen. A red flash that seemed to come from nowhere, followed by strange occurrences in their home. Objects moving, shadows where there shouldn't be any, strange dreams. I read every comment, my hands shaking. There were others, not many, maybe a dozen people over the past few years, all describing the same thing. The red flash, the dreams about light or stars, the feeling of being watched, the moving objects. But what really freaked me out was what one commenter had pieced together. They'd been tracking these accounts, reaching out to the people who'd posted them, and according to them, everyone who had reported seeing the red flash had disappeared within 2 to 3 weeks of their first sighting. Just vanished without explanation. Some were ruled as runaways or suicides, but their bodies were never found. I must have read that post 20 times, trying to convince myself it was just an internet hoax. But the details matched too perfectly with what I was experiencing. And there was something about the way these people wrote. The fear in their words felt genuine, not like someone making up a creepypasta. The next morning, I called in sick to work. I couldn't handle being around people, pretending everything was normal. I spent the day researching more, trying to find any scientific explanation for what was happening. I even looked up mental health symptoms, wondering if I was experiencing some kind of breakdown. Around noon, my phone died, even though it had been at 80% charge just minutes before. When I plugged it in, the charging symbol appeared red instead of green for just a second. I unplugged it immediately, my hands trembling. I decided to go to the campus library to continue my research. I figured I'd feel safer around other people. On my way there, I swear the traffic lights all turned red as I approached them, even ones that had just turned green for cross traffic. And when I passed a construction site, the warning lights on the barriers seemed to pulse brighter as I walked by. At the library, I found a quiet corner and spent hours reading about UFO encounters, alien abductions, and interdimensional beings. Most of it seemed far-fetched, but I was desperate for answers. One book mentioned entities that exist beyond our perception that occasionally mark humans for observation or collection. The author called them harvesters of consciousness. As I was reading, my laptop screen flashed red for a split second, right there in the middle of the library. No one else seemed to notice, but I nearly fell out of my chair. I slammed my laptop shut and left immediately. Walking back to my apartment, I noticed a red car following me. At least I thought it was following me. It kept showing up at intersections, always stopping when I looked directly at it. When I took a detrimental turn down an alley just to test my theory, the car drove past the entrance slowly. I couldn't see the driver. The windows were too tinted. Back at my apartment, things got even weirder. My neighbor, Mrs. Collins, an elderly lady who's lived there for years, stopped me in the hallway. She looked at me strangely and said, "You're glowing today, Ethan." When I asked her what she meant, she seemed confused, like she didn't remember saying anything. Inside my apartment, the weirdness continued. All my clocks were wrong, showing different times. My microwave said 3:33, my oven 4:44, my bedside clock 5:55, digital and analog alike. I checked my phone 2:22 p.m. None of these were remotely close to the actual time, which was around 6 p.m. according to my laptop. I reset all the clocks, my hands shaking so badly I could barely press the buttons. As I was finishing, the lights in my entire apartment dimmed for a second, and I heard a low humming sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. That night, I couldn't sleep. I sat in my living room with all the lights on, jumping at every sound. Around midnight, I heard a tapping at my window. My apartment is on the 3rd floor. There shouldn't be any tapping at my window. I approached slowly, holding a baseball bat I'd dug out of my closet. The tapping continued. 3 quick taps, pause, 3 more. Rhythmic, deliberate. When I pulled back the curtain, there was nothing there. Just the dark night sky and the parking lot below. But as I was about to step away, I saw it again. The red flash. Not inside this time, but outside. Like a red spotlight had briefly illuminated the entire parking lot. In that flash, I swear I saw figures standing in the lot, all looking up at my window. But when the light was gone, so were they. I backed away from the window and huddled on my couch, the bat clutched tightly in my hands. I must have dozed off eventually, because I woke up to my phone ringing at 7 a.m. It was my boss, asking why I hadn't shown up for my morning shift. Apparently, I'd texted him last night saying I'd be in, which I definitely hadn't done. I quit on the spot, told him I had a family emergency and had to leave town. It wasn't completely a lie. I was planning to get out of my apartment, go stay with my parents a few hours away until I figured this out. But when I tried to pack, strange things kept happening. Clothes I put in my suitcase would be back in my drawer when I turned around. My car keys kept disappearing and reappearing in odd places. Inside the refrigerator, in the bathroom sink, under my mattress. It took me 3 hours to finally get my stuff together. As I was about to leave, my phone rang. Unknown number. Against my better judgment, I answered. There was nothing but static and what sounded like whispers, too faint to make out. Then, clear as day, a voice said, "Light being, it's almost time." The call disconnected. I ran to my car, threw my suitcase in the trunk, and tried to start the engine. It wouldn't turn over. Again and again, nothing but that clicking sound of a dead battery, which made no sense. My car was only 2 years old and had never had battery problems. I got out to check under the hood, and that's when I noticed them, tiny red dots all over the car, like someone had flicked red paint on it. Except when I touched one, there was nothing there. Just a visual effect, like tiny red pixels floating above the surface. I gave up on the car and called an Uber. When it arrived, the driver looked at me strangely. You called for a pickup? He asked, like he was confused. When I got in, I noticed all the interior lights in his car were red instead of the usual white. I asked him about it, and he looked at me through the rearview mirror with an expression I can't even describe, like he was looking right through me. Just a preference, he said. Red light is special. It reveals things. I nearly jumped out of the moving car. Instead, I changed my destination to the bus station. I just needed to get out of Westlake. At the station, every digital screen flashed red as I walked past. The departure times, the advertisements, even the security cameras seemed to pulse with that same dull red glow. No one else reacted, which terrified me even more. Was I the only one seeing this? I bought a ticket for the next bus to my parents' town and sat in the waiting area, watching the minutes tick by agonizingly slowly. As I sat there, I noticed a group of people across the terminal, all staring at me. When I looked directly at them, they would casually turn away. But the moment I looked elsewhere, I could feel their eyes on me again. Finally, my bus was called. As I stood up, every single light in the terminal flashed red. Not just a subtle pulse this time, but a bright crimson that washed over everything for a full second. People around me stopped mid-motion, like they were frozen in time. Then the lights returned to normal, and everyone continued as if nothing had happened. I ran to my bus, practically shoving people out of the way. As I boarded, the driver looked at me and smiled. His eyes reflected red, like a camera flash in a dark room. "Welcome aboard, light being," he said. I backed away, stumbling off the bus. No one seemed to notice my panic. I ran out of the station and kept running until I couldn't breathe anymore. I ended up in a park several blocks away, collapsing onto a bench, gasping for air. That's where I am now, using the last of my phone battery to write this. It's almost midnight, and the street lamps around me have all taken on a reddish tint. I don't know what's happening to me or what this light being thing means. I don't know why I'm seeing these red flashes or why objects move when I'm not looking. All I know is that something marked me that night in my kitchen, and according to what I've read, I don't have much time left. The red flashes are getting more frequent. Just now, as I'm typing this, I saw another one wash over the park, and in that brief crimson moment, I saw them. Dozens of figures standing among the trees, all facing me, all perfectly still. My phone battery is at 1% now. If you're reading this, please, if you ever see a red flash when you're alone, run. Don't wait. Don't try to understand it. Just run. Wait. There's something coming toward me across the park. It's moving strangely, like it's glitching between steps. And oh God, it's glowing red from within, like it has a red light bulb inside it. It knows I'm sharing this. It's moving faster now. I still can't explain what happened 3 weeks ago. I've been going over it in my head constantly, trying to come up with some logical explanation, but nothing makes sense. I've never believed in supernatural stuff or glitches in the Matrix or whatever, but now I'm not so sure. This is the first time I've written this down, partly because I'm scared people will think I'm crazy, but I need to get this off my chest. For context, I moved back in with my mom about 6 months ago after breaking up with my boyfriend. I'm 27, and it definitely wasn't my plan to be living at home again. But rent is insane right now, and I'm saving up while I figure things out. We live in Pinewood, this small town where everyone knows everyone, and nothing interesting ever happens. At least, that's what I thought. Mom had been on this tortilla-making kick for about a week. She's Mexican, and even though she doesn't usually make tortillas from scratch, who has the time? She'd recently reconnected with my abuela and got inspired to start making them the traditional way. Every morning, she'd be in the kitchen making fresh tortillas, and the house would smell amazing. That morning started like any other. I woke up around 7:30, scrolled through my phone for too long, and finally dragged myself out of bed around 8:15. I could smell the tortillas already, so I knew Mom was in the kitchen doing her thing. I didn't bother changing out of my pajamas, just a t-shirt and sweatpants, and headed to the kitchen, still half asleep. Mom was at the stove when I walked in, her back to me. She was wearing her favorite blue apron, the one with little red flowers embroidered on the pocket. Her hair was pulled back in a bun, and she was humming something while she worked. The kitchen counter had all her tortilla-making supplies spread out: the masa harina flour, her wooden press, a bowl of dough. The cast-iron pan was on the stove, and I could hear the sizzle of a tortilla cooking. "Morning, Mom," I said, yawning as I sat down at our small kitchen table. She didn't turn around but made this little nod that I took as her acknowledging me. Mom's not really a morning person either, so I didn't think anything of it. I grabbed my phone and started scrolling through Instagram while waiting for breakfast. A minute or two later, I heard Mom's footsteps coming toward the table. I looked up and she was walking over with something in her hand. She didn't say anything, just placed a single tortilla on the plate in front of me, and then turned around to go back to the stove. "Thanks, Mom," I said, picking up the tortilla. It was perfectly round and had this unique browning pattern, a darker spot near one edge that kind of looked like a crescent moon and another smaller spot near the center. It was still warm, and I could smell that amazing fresh-cooked smell. I examined it for a second before taking a bite. That first bite was perfect, warm, slightly chewy, with that distinct homemade flavor you never get from store-bought. I ate the whole thing in maybe 4 bites. "This is so good," I said between mouthfuls. "You've really perfected these." Mom didn't respond, which I thought was a little weird, but maybe she didn't hear me over the fan above the stove. "Seriously, Mom, this might be the best tortilla you've made yet," I said louder. "What did you do differently?" Still nothing. Now it was getting a little annoying. I was complimenting her cooking. She usually loves that. "Mom, hello? Earth to Mom," I called out. Finally, she turned around, looking confused. "Oh, Maya, when did you come in? I didn't hear you." I laughed. "What do you mean? I've been sitting here for like 5 minutes. You just gave me a tortilla." Mom's expression changed from confused to concerned. "What are you talking about? I haven't given you anything yet. I'm still making the dough." "Very funny, Mom," I said, rolling my eyes. "I literally just ate the tortilla you gave me." I pointed to my empty plate. She shook her head. "Maya, I'm serious. I haven't made any tortillas yet this morning. I'm still mixing the dough." I thought she was messing with me, so I stood up and walked over to the counter where she was working. Sure enough, she was still mixing the masa dough in a bowl. There was nothing on the pan on the stove. "But I just ate a tortilla. You walked over and put it on my plate." Mom looked genuinely worried now. "Honey, I've been standing here the whole time. I didn't even know you were in the kitchen until just now when you started talking." A chill ran down my spine. "Mom, stop it. This isn't funny." "I'm not joking, Maya. Are you feeling okay?" I felt dizzy suddenly. I knew what I'd experienced. I could still taste the tortilla in my mouth. The corner of my lip even had a little crumb on it, which I wiped away. "But I saw you walk over to me. You were wearing that blue apron with the flowers. You put the tortilla on my plate and I ate it. It was warm and perfect, with this unique browning pattern, like a crescent moon on one side and a smaller spot in the middle." Mom's face went pale. Maya, that's really specific, but I swear to you, I haven't made any tortillas yet today. And how would I know what pattern the browning would make before I even cook it? My heart was pounding now. I walked back to the table and sat down, trying to make sense of what was happening. Then what did I just eat? I don't know, honey. Maybe you're still half asleep and imagined it. But I knew I hadn't imagined it. The taste was still in my mouth. It was too vivid, too real. Mom went back to preparing the dough, glancing at me nervously every few seconds. I sat at the table trying to calm down. Maybe I was losing my mind. Maybe I'd dreamed the whole thing and was confusing my dream with reality. But it felt so real. About 15 minutes later, Mom finally started cooking the tortillas. I watched her like a hawk, still shaken. She formed a ball of dough, pressed it in her wooden tortilla press between two pieces of plastic, and then carefully placed the flat circle onto the hot pan. As it cooked, she flipped it once, then twice. When she finished the first one, she walked over and placed it on my plate, just like before. "Here you go, honey. First one's for you, as always." I stared at the tortilla in front of me, and my blood ran cold. It was identical to the one I'd eaten earlier, the same size, the same thickness. And as I looked closer, I could see the browning pattern forming, a crescent moon shape on one edge and a smaller spot near the center, exactly like the one I'd already eaten. "Mom," I whispered, my voice shaking, "look at the browning pattern." She came over and looked at the tortilla, then at my face. "What about it?" "It's exactly like the one I described, the one I said I ate earlier." Mom picked up the tortilla and examined it. "It's just a coincidence, Maya. Tortillas often brown unevenly." "Not like this," I insisted. "This is exactly the same pattern I saw before. How is that possible?" We both stared at the tortilla like it was some alien artifact. I couldn't bring myself to touch it, let alone eat it. "Maybe you saw me prepping earlier and incorporated it into a daydream," Mom suggested, but her voice was uncertain. "I ate it, Mom. I tasted it. It was real." The rest of the day I couldn't shake the feeling that something was seriously wrong. I kept going over the events in my mind, trying to find a logical explanation. Did I hallucinate? Was I sleepwalking? Did I have some kind of weird episode? I even started Googling things like eating food that doesn't exist and time glitches, but nothing I found came close to explaining what happened. Some people online talked about parallel universes or time slips, but that seemed too sci-fi to be real. Later that afternoon, I went back to the kitchen for a glass of water. The tortillas Mom had made were sitting in a cloth-lined basket on the counter. I counted them. There were exactly 12, which is how many she always makes from one batch of dough. If I had actually eaten one, shouldn't there only be 11? I asked Mom about it, and she confirmed she'd made 12 tortillas total as usual. So where did the one I ate come from? It wasn't part of her batch. The count was right. It was like it had appeared out of nowhere, and then vanished from reality once I'd eaten it. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the tortilla, how real it had tasted, how precise the browning pattern had been. It wasn't just similar to the one Mom made later. It was identical, the same size, the same thickness, the same unique pattern that couldn't possibly be replicated by chance. I started wondering if I had somehow experienced a moment from my future in my present. Like, had I eaten the tortilla before Mom had even made it? Had I somehow slipped forward in time for just those few minutes, eaten the tortilla, and then slipped back? Or maybe something even weirder. What if there are versions of reality happening simultaneously, and for a brief moment I experienced a different timeline, where Mom had already made the tortillas, before sliding back into this one where she hadn't started yet. The more I thought about it, the more my head hurt. None of it made any sense. And the scariest part was that Mom saw it too. She witnessed the identical browning pattern on the tortilla she made after I'd already described it in detail. It's been 3 weeks now, and I still don't have any answers. Mom and I don't really talk about it anymore because, honestly, what is there to say? We both experienced something that defies explanation. Sometimes I catch her looking at me strangely, like she's worried about my mental health, but then I remind her about the browning pattern I described before she made it, and she goes quiet. I've started paying more attention to little details in my daily life, wondering if there will be more glitches or if this was a one-time thing. So far, nothing else weird has happened, but I can't shake the feeling that reality isn't as solid as I always thought it was. The other day I was watching this video about quantum physics and how observation might affect reality at a fundamental level. The scientist was saying something about how time might not be linear the way we experience it, and I got chills all over my body. What if I somehow observed or experienced something that hadn't happened yet in our normal timeline? I know this all sounds crazy. If someone had told me this story a month ago, I would have thought they were making it up or having some kind of mental episode. But I know what I experienced. I ate that tortilla. I tasted it. And then later, I saw the exact same tortilla being made for the first time. I don't expect anyone to believe me. Hell, I'm not sure I would believe it if it hadn't happened to me. But it did happen, and I'm still trying to make sense of it. Maybe there are things about reality we don't understand. Maybe time isn't as straightforward as we think. Or maybe I did have some kind of weird brain glitch that day. All I know is that whenever Mom makes tortillas now, I wait until I see them come off the pan before I'll eat one. And I never, ever take my eyes off my plate. I still can't make sense of what happened 3 weeks ago. I've been driving for over 20 years, owned 6 different vehicles, and never experienced anything like this. Figured I'd post about it here since I literally have nowhere else to turn. My wife thinks I'm overreacting, and my buddies at work just laugh it off. So I drive a 2021 BMW 330i, midnight blue, perfect condition with just under 17,000 miles on it. I'm meticulous with maintenance, probably annoyingly so according to my wife. I keep a log of every oil change, tire rotation, and even when I wash it. The car is my baby, and I treat it better than most people treat their actual children. No offense to any parents reading this. I live in Lakeside Village, a small suburban community about 30 minutes outside of Portland. Nothing fancy, just your typical middle-class neighborhood with decent schools and too many HOA regulations. There's this automated car wash near my office called Sunshine Wash that I've been using religiously every 2 weeks since I bought the car. It's one of those places where you stay in your car while it goes through the wash cycle. Pretty standard stuff. Last Monday I had the day off work and decided it was the perfect time to detail my car. The weekend had been rainy and there was a layer of mud splatter along the sides from driving through some puddles. I had the whole day planned out. Car wash first, then home to wax and detail the interior. Normal stuff. I arrived at Sunshine around 10 a.m. when they're usually not busy. The attendant, Dave, I know him pretty well at this point, was there as usual. We did our normal small talk about the weather while I paid. I pulled up to the entrance, put the car in neutral, and got ready for the usual routine. Windows up, radio on. The initial rinse cycle started. Everything completely normal. Water and soap spraying from all angles. Those giant blue brushes coming down on the car. I was just sitting there, scrolling through my phone while waiting. The car was about halfway through the tunnel when it happened. At first, I thought I was imagining things. There was this weird dripping sound coming from somewhere inside the car. I looked up from my phone, confused, and that's when I saw it. Water, not just a few drops, but a steady stream, was pouring through the rubber weather stripping around my windshield. Right where the glass meets the roof, on the passenger side, maybe 8 inches from the center. This wasn't a small leak. It was like someone had turned on a faucet inside my car. Water was streaming down directly onto my dashboard, heading straight for the center console where all the electronics are. My heart nearly stopped. We're talking about thousands of dollars in potential damage if that water reached the electronics. I panicked and lunged across the seat, pressing my finger against the spot where the water was coming through. The pressure was so strong that water was still seeping past my finger. I had to use my whole hand to contain it, awkwardly stretched across the passenger side while water ran down my arm and soaked my shirt sleeve. My mind was racing. How the hell was this happening? The car was only a year and a half old. There had been no accidents, no windshield work, nothing that would explain a breach this severe, and why hadn't it happened before? I'd been through this exact car wash dozens of times. The water was cold against my palm, and I could feel it trying to push through with surprising force. I was literally holding back a flood with my bare hands, all while trying not to completely freak out about what this meant for my car. Would insurance even cover this? Was this some manufacturing defect BMW would deny? All I knew was that I couldn't move my hand without risking serious water damage. It felt like the longest car wash of my life. The regular 4-minute cycle seemed to take hours as I sat there, contorted across the front seats, my arm getting more soaked by the second. I couldn't even reach my phone to call for help. All I could do was wait it out and pray the pressure would stop when the wash cycle finished. Finally, I felt the blowers start, the last phase of the wash. The water pressure against my hand seemed to ease a bit, but I didn't dare move. I stayed frozen in that awkward position until the conveyor belt came to a stop and the exit sign lit up. When the final blower shut off, I cautiously removed my hand, ready to slap it back if water started pouring in again. But nothing happened. The flow had stopped completely. My dashboard was wet. My sleeve was soaked, but at least the water had stopped coming in. I drove immediately to one of the parking spots on the side of the building, my heart still pounding in my chest. I needed to assess the damage and figure out what the hell just happened. I grabbed some napkins from the glove compartment to mop up the water on the dash, then got out to inspect the windshield. This is where things get truly bizarre. I expected to find an obvious problem, a gap in the weather stripping, a crack in the glass, something that would explain the water intrusion. I ran my fingers along the entire windshield seal, checking for any break or separation. There was nothing. The rubber molding was perfectly intact all the way around. I pressed on it, pulled at it gently. It was solid, properly seated, with no visible damage whatsoever. Even stranger, the area was completely dry. Not just dried by the blower's dry, but like it had never been wet at all. The exact spot where water had been forcefully streaming through just minutes earlier showed absolutely no signs of moisture. I checked the rubber, the glass, the metal frame, bone dry. I got back in the car and checked the dashboard and floor mats. Those were definitely wet, proof that I hadn't imagined the whole thing. But the source of the leak? Gone, vanished, like it had never existed. I sat there for a good 20 minutes, trying to process what had just happened. Maybe there was some pressure point that only activated under specific conditions. Maybe it was the angle the car was at inside the wash. I considered going through the wash again right then to see if it would happen a second time, but honestly, I was too freaked out. Instead, I drove straight to the BMW dealership, still in a state of shock. The service advisor, Keith, listened to my story with increasing skepticism. He inspected the entire windshield seal while I pointed to exactly where the water had been pouring through. Nothing, not even the slightest indication of a problem. Maybe it was condensation, he suggested, or water that pooled somewhere and then drained out when you hit a certain angle. I tried to explain that this wasn't a few drops or a small leak. It was a steady, powerful stream of water, like someone had installed a hidden faucet in my windshield. Keith just gave me that look service people give when they think you're exaggerating. They did a full inspection anyway. Pressure tested the windshield seal, checked for any hidden damage, ran diagnostics on the electronics to make sure nothing had been damaged by the water. The verdict? Vehicle shows no signs of water intrusion or any seal defects. They even pulled up my car's manufacturing records. No reports of similar issues, no recalls, nothing. I left the dealership feeling like I was losing my mind. I knew what I'd experienced. The wet dashboard and my soaked shirt sleeve were real. But there was literally no explanation for how water could pour through a solid seal and then leave no trace. Over the next few days, I became obsessive about testing my theory. I went back to Sunshine Wash 3 more times that week. Dave probably thought I'd developed some kind of car wash addiction. Each time I sat tensely in the driver's seat, eyes fixed on that spot on the passenger side, waiting for water to start pouring in again. Nothing, not even a drop. The car performed exactly as it should in a car wash, completely watertight. I even tried different car washes around town, thinking maybe there was something unique about the pressure or angle at Sunshine. 4 different car washes later, still nothing. My car was perfectly normal, with no sign of the bizarre leak that had me using my hand as a human plug. I've spent hours researching online, looking for anyone with a similar experience. I've checked BMW forums, Reddit threads, YouTube videos. Nothing that matches what I experienced. The closest thing I found was someone who had a defective weather strip that leaked during heavy rain, but even they had visible damage that explained the problem. My wife thinks I dozed off during the car wash and dreamed the whole thing. My best friend suggested I had some kind of hallucination brought on by the fumes in the car wash tunnel. Neither explanation makes sense. I was wide awake, and the wet dashboard and sleeve were definitely real. The whole experience has left me with this unsettling feeling that I can't shake. I'm not a superstitious person or someone who believes in paranormal stuff. I'm an accountant, for God's sake. I deal in concrete numbers and logical explanations. But what happened in that car wash defies any rational explanation I can come up with. How does water pour through solid materials like they're not even there and then leave no trace? How does a perfectly intact seal suddenly fail catastrophically and then repair itself within minutes? It's like for those few minutes, the normal rules of physics just took a break. The only term I've found that comes close to describing it is quantum tunneling. This physics concept where particles can pass through barriers that should be impenetrable. But that happens at the subatomic level, not with streams of water coming through a car windshield. And yet, I can't think of any other way to describe what I experienced. I still take my BMW through the car wash. I'm not going to let one inexplicable incident change my routine. But I'd be lying if I said I don't feel a flutter of anxiety every time those jets start spraying. I've even started keeping a towel on the passenger seat just in case. Part of me hopes it happens again, just so I can prove to myself and everyone else that I'm not crazy. Another part of me is terrified of what it would mean if it did. The whole thing has left me questioning things I've always taken for granted. If water can temporarily ignore the laws of physics and flow through solid material, what else in our reality isn't as fixed as we think? What other glitches are out there that we just don't notice because they happen when we're not looking? It's been 3 weeks, and I still check that spot on my windshield every time it rains. I run my fingers along the seal before I start the car each morning. Everything feels normal, looks normal, but I know what I experienced, and I know it wasn't normal at all. I guess I'm sharing this here because I need to tell someone who might actually believe me. My car leaked water through an intact windshield seal and then stopped, leaving no evidence behind. If anyone has experienced anything similar or has any explanation that might help me make sense of this, please let me know. Because right now, I'm starting to think my BMW briefly existed in 2 states simultaneously, and that's just not something I'm equipped to process. I've been debating whether to post this for months now. I'm not the type who buys into supernatural stuff or conspiracy theories. I'm actually pretty logical. I work in accounting, for crying out loud. But what happened back in April has been eating at me, and I need to get it off my chest. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar and can help me make sense of it. It was a Tuesday evening in Pineville, around 5 p.m. Our neighborhood is this small development called Harper's Ridge. Nothing fancy, just cookie-cutter homes built in the early 2000s. Our house sits about halfway around this quarter-mile loop that only has one entrance-exit. The community mailboxes are located near that entrance, maybe a 3-4 minute walk from our house. Kevin, my boyfriend of 3 years, usually gets home from his IT job around 5:15. I was working from home that day and had just finished up. I decided to check the mail before starting dinner, thinking I might catch Kevin driving in while I was out there. It's one of those little routines you develop when you live with someone, timing small tasks to coincide with their arrival. Before heading out, I refilled the dog's water bowls. We have 2 rescues, a lab mix named Buddy and a Chihuahua named Peanut. Our cat, Mochi, was lounging on the windowsill in that half-asleep state. Cat's perfect. Nothing unusual there. I remember what I was wearing: black leggings, a faded blue hoodie from college, and my beat-up Nikes. I grabbed my phone and keys out of habit, though I didn't lock the door. Why would I? I was going to be gone for like 10 minutes, and we live in a safe neighborhood where everyone knows each other. The walk to the mailbox was completely normal. It was a clear spring day, cooler than it had been, maybe 60 degrees. The trees were starting to get their leaves back. I saw Mr. Peterson drive by in his black Audi. He always leaves for his evening shift around then. About a minute later, Mrs. Kwan passed in her black SUV, probably heading to pick up her daughter from soccer practice. The community mailbox area is just a metal structure with individual locked boxes for each house. Nothing out of a horror movie, just a utilitarian setup on a concrete pad next to the sidewalk. I opened our box, 14B, grabbed the usual junk mail and a few bills, and started heading back. On my way home, I saw Tanya jogging with her AirPods in. She waved, I waved back. Perfectly ordinary. I was actually thinking about what to make for dinner. We had chicken that needed to be used up, and I was debating between stir-fry or some kind of pasta dish. Here's where things get weird. As I approached our house, I immediately noticed Kevin's car wasn't in the driveway. No big deal. I figured he was running late. Our driveway is short, just fits 2 cars, and is directly visible from the street. You can't miss it. I walked up to our front door and tried to open it, but it was locked. This confused me because I definitely didn't lock it when I left. I distinctly remember not even pulling the door fully closed, just letting it click shut behind me. I actually remember thinking, I'll be right back anyway. Slightly annoyed, I pulled out my keys. The door has one of those knobs where you can lock it from inside by turning the little latch, so I figured maybe it had somehow engaged when the door closed. I unlocked it and pushed the door open. As I stepped inside, Kevin suddenly appeared from around the corner by the kitchen. He was wearing his work clothes, khakis and a blue button-down, and had a confused look on his face. "Where'd you go?" he asked, sounding genuinely puzzled. I froze. "What do you mean? I just went to check the mail." I held up the stack of envelopes as evidence. "But your car's here. I didn't know you went out." "I walked," I said, feeling a strange chill. "Wait, how did you get home? I didn't see you drive past." Kevin looked at me like I was making no sense. "I got home about 15 minutes ago. I've been unpacking groceries." That's when I stepped back outside to look at the driveway again. Kevin's red Mazda was parked in its usual spot next to my Honda, a car that absolutely, positively was not there 30 seconds earlier when I walked up to the house. I stood there staring at it, trying to process what I was seeing. The mail almost fell out of my hand. I walked over and touched the hood. It was cool, not warm like it would be if it had just been driven. "That's impossible," I said when I came back inside. "Your car wasn't there when I walked up, and I didn't see you drive by when I was walking back from the mailboxes." Kevin laughed, thinking I was playing some kind of joke. "What are you talking about? I drove home like I always do." "But that's impossible," I insisted. "There's only one road in and out of the loop. If you drove home while I was walking back from the mailboxes, we would have crossed paths. I would have seen you." Kevin's smile faded as he realized I was serious. "Claire, I've been home for a while. I even stopped at Food Lion on the way home to grab a few things." He gestured to the reusable grocery bags on the counter. "But that makes no sense," I said, my voice rising slightly. "I was gone for maybe 10 minutes total. I didn't see your car when I got home, and now suddenly it's there." Kevin looked concerned. "Are you feeling okay?" "I'm fine," I snapped, a bit more harshly than I intended. "But I know what I saw, or didn't see. Your car wasn't there." To prove his point, Kevin pulled out his phone. "Look, I even took a photo of the sunset on my way home." He pulled up his camera roll and showed me a picture time-stamped 5:03 p.m. It showed the mountains behind our neighborhood with beautiful orange-pink clouds. In the foreground, you could clearly see the community mailboxes. I felt dizzy looking at it. "That's impossible. I was at those mailboxes around 5:05. If you took this, we would have seen each other." The timestamp on the photo couldn't be disputed. Neither could the fact that I wasn't in it, despite supposedly being right where the photo was taken. "Maybe we just missed each other somehow," Kevin suggested, but his voice lacked conviction. We both knew that was impossible. The road from the entrance to our house is straight and entirely visible. There are no side streets, no shortcuts, no way Kevin could have driven home without me seeing him. And there's definitely no way his car could have been in the driveway one moment and not the next. I sat down on the couch, trying to make sense of what had happened. The dogs came over, acting perfectly normal, happy to see me like I'd been gone for days instead of minutes. But Mochi, our cat, was acting strange. She's usually super affectionate with me, always wanting to be in my lap or rubbing against my legs. That evening, she kept her distance, watching me from across the room with that unnerving stare cats have. Did anything weird happen with the pets while I was gone? I asked Kevin. Gone where? To the mailbox? No, they've been fine. Mochi was sleeping on the couch until you came in. For the rest of the evening, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was fundamentally wrong. We went through our normal routine. Dinner, we went with the stir-fry, some Netflix, the usual. But I kept catching myself looking out the window at Kevin's car, half expecting it to vanish again. I asked Kevin to describe his drive home in detail, hoping to find some explanation. He said he left work around 4:45, stopped at Food Lion for about 15 minutes, then drove straight home, arriving around 5. He took that sunset photo from the entrance to our development, then drove to the house. He claimed he had been home for at least 15 minutes before I came in. The timeline just doesn't work. If I left the house around 5 hours, spent 10 minutes round trip to the mailbox, and returned at 5:10, there's no way Kevin could have been home for 15 minutes unless he arrived at 4:55 while I was still in the house. But I was alone when I left. I know how crazy this sounds. Trust me, I've gone over every possible rational explanation. Could I have lost track of time? No. The whole trip took less than 10 minutes, and I checked my phone when I got back. Could Kevin's car have been there, and I somehow missed it? Absolutely not. Our driveway is right in front of the house. There's no way I wouldn't notice a bright red car. Could Kevin have parked somewhere else and moved his car later? No. There's nowhere to park nearby except our driveway and the street directly in front. Could the neighbors have seen something? I casually asked Mrs. Kwan the next day if she saw me walking yesterday evening, and she confirmed passing me while I was heading to the mailbox. But when I asked if she saw Kevin's car or Kevin himself, she couldn't recall. The weirdest part might be Mochi's behavior. That entire evening, she refused to come near me. She's usually so clingy that it's annoying, but that night she kept her distance, watching me with suspicious eyes. By the next morning, she was back to normal, purring and rubbing against my legs while I made coffee, as if nothing had happened. I've read about quantum physics and parallel universes, but always considered them theoretical concepts, not something that could affect daily life. But now I keep wondering, did I somehow slip between realities? Was there a brief moment where I existed in a timeline where Kevin hadn't come home yet, and then suddenly shifted to one where he'd been home all along? It's been months, and nothing like this has happened again. Sometimes I almost convince myself I imagined it, or there's some simple explanation I'm missing. But then I remember the absolute certainty I felt. Kevin's car was not there when I walked up to our house, and suddenly it was, without any logical explanation. Kevin thinks I just had a moment of confusion or wasn't paying attention. He's mostly forgotten about it, but I can't stop thinking about those few minutes and what they might mean about the nature of reality itself. I've never been one for supernatural explanations, but I swear on everything I care about. This happened exactly as I've described it, and I still don't have any rational explanation for how Kevin and I could have completely missed each other on a straight road with clear visibility, or how his car could appear in our driveway between one moment and the next. Has anyone else experienced something like this? That feeling of reality shifting around you, of things not adding up in ways that should be impossible? I'm not looking for people to tell me I'm crazy. I've considered that possibility plenty of times myself. I just want to know if I'm alone in experiencing something so fundamentally impossible that it makes me question everything I thought I knew about how the world works. I've been debating whether to share this for months now. I'm still trying to make sense of what happened in our house that day, and honestly, I'm not sure I ever will. I've searched online for similar experiences, but nothing quite matches what my family and I went through. Maybe someone here has answers, or at least can tell me I'm not losing my mind. This happened about 7 months ago. I was at home in Portland with my mom on a Wednesday afternoon. It was around 4:30 p.m., and I was in my bedroom working on some college assignments while my mom was cooking dinner in the kitchen. Our house is pretty average, a 2-story suburban home that my parents bought when I was 10. We've never had any weird experiences there before this. My sister Caroline usually gets home from work around 5 p.m. She has this super predictable routine when she comes home. We can literally track her movements just by the sounds. First, we hear her pull into the driveway. She drives this old Honda Civic that makes this distinct rumbling noise. Then there's the sound of her opening our creaky steel fence. It needs WD-40 so badly, but nobody ever remembers to buy it. After that, she slams the front door shut. She never closes it gently. It's always a slam. Throws her keys on the counter by the door. They make this clinking sound against the ceramic bowl. And then she immediately heads to the bathroom. It's such a consistent routine that my mom and I joke about how we could set our watches by it. Caroline's dog, Baxter, even knows the routine. He's this little terrier mix who waits by the door when it gets close to the time she normally arrives. So that day, I heard her car pulling into the driveway right on schedule. I didn't think much of it, just registered that Caroline was home as usual. A few seconds later, I heard the steel fence swing open with that familiar creak, then close with a clang. Then came the front door slam. It was particularly loud that day. I remember thinking she must have had a rough day at work. I heard her keys hit the ceramic bowl on the counter, that distinctive metal-on-ceramic clink. Then I heard her footsteps heading down the hallway toward the bathroom. The bathroom door closed, and I assumed she was doing her usual post-work routine. I even remember shouting from my room, "Do you have to slam the door so hard?" But I didn't get a response, which wasn't unusual. Caroline often ignores me when I nag her about the door slamming. I continued working on my assignment for maybe another 5 or 10 minutes. Then I realized I needed to ask Caroline about our weekend plans, so I got up and headed downstairs. As I passed the bathroom, I noticed Baxter sitting outside the door, which was exactly what he always did when Caroline was in there. He was just sitting there staring at the bathroom door, tail wagging slightly. I thought nothing of it, but something felt off when I got closer. The bathroom light wasn't on. I could see under the door that it was dark inside. That was weird. Caroline always turns on the light. I knocked on the door. "Caroline, you in there?" No answer. I knocked again, louder this time. Still nothing. I opened the door slowly, half expecting to find her doing something weird in the dark. But the bathroom was completely empty. No one was there. At first, I thought she might have gone to her bedroom instead, so I went to check. Her room was empty too. I called out her name, thinking maybe she had gone to the kitchen to talk to Mom. "Hey, Mom, where's Caroline?" My mom looked confused. "She's not home yet." "Why?" That's when I got my first real chill. But I just heard her come in. The car, the fence, the door slam, her keys, everything. Didn't you hear it too? My mom put down the spoon she was using to stir whatever she was cooking and gave me a weird look. "Emma, I didn't hear anything. Are you feeling okay?" I started to doubt myself. Had I imagined the whole thing? But it had been so clear, so normal, so... "Caroline, let me check if her keys are on the counter," I said. I went to the entryway where we all drop our keys. The ceramic bowl only had my mom's keys and mine. No sign of Caroline's with her ridiculous collection of keychains. Now thoroughly confused, I went to the front window and looked out at the driveway. No Honda Civic, no sign that anyone had recently arrived. My heart started racing a little. I was sure I'd heard her come home. Every single detail of her arrival had been exactly as it always was. It wasn't vague or dreamlike. It was crystal clear. Mom, this is freaking me out. I swear I heard Caroline come home. Her whole routine, the car, the fence, the door, the keys, going to the bathroom. Even Baxter is waiting outside the bathroom door like he always does when she's in there. My mom came over and saw Baxter sitting patiently by the bathroom door. She frowned. That is strange. Maybe he just needed to use his doggy pad in there. But Baxter never did that. He only sat there when Caroline was home. At this point, I was starting to get genuinely scared. I pulled out my phone and called Caroline. She picked up on the third ring. Hey, what's up? My voice was shaking slightly when I asked, "Where are you right now?" "Still at work. We've got a deadline tomorrow, so I'll be home late tonight." "Why?" I felt the blood drain from my face. "You're not home?" "No, I just told you I'm still at work. Are you okay?" I struggled to find words. I thought I heard you come home. Like, just now. Your car, the fence, the door, your keys, everything." There was a pause on the line. "Emma, that's not funny." "I'm not joking. I literally heard your entire arrival routine. Mom didn't hear it, but Baxter is sitting outside the bathroom door like he does when you're in there." Another pause. "That's weird. Maybe you heard the neighbors? Or maybe you fell asleep and dreamt it?" But I hadn't been asleep, and our neighbors' driveways are far enough away that we can't hear their cars that clearly. Besides, none of them had a car that sounded like Caroline's. "No, it was definitely your routine, exactly how you always do it. Same timing, same sounds, everything." Caroline sounded uncomfortable now. "Look, I don't know what to tell you. I'm still at the office. I haven't left yet. I don't know what you heard, but it wasn't me." After I hung up, I stood in the hallway staring at Baxter, who was still waiting patiently outside the bathroom door. He looked up at me with his head tilted, as if asking why Caroline wasn't coming out. "She's not in there, buddy," I said quietly. Only then did he get up and walk away, looking confused. I checked the bathroom again. As if Caroline might have magically appeared, it was still empty. I even checked the shower and behind the door. Nothing. For the rest of the evening, I felt on edge. Every little noise made me jump. I kept looking out the window, expecting to see Caroline's car in the driveway, even though I knew she was still at work. It felt like there was something wrong with time itself, like I had somehow heard an echo from the future or something. When Caroline finally did come home around 9:30 p.m., I was sitting in the living room waiting. I heard her car pull in, the fence open and close, the door slam, the keys drop, and then she walked into the living room instead of going to the bathroom. "So what was that phone call about earlier?" she asked, dropping her bag on the couch. I explained again what had happened, and this time my mom was there to confirm that I had indeed been freaked out, and that Baxter had been sitting outside the bathroom door for no apparent reason. Caroline just shrugged it off. "Maybe you're working too hard on your assignments, or maybe the house is haunted," she added with a laugh. But I couldn't laugh it off. I knew what I had heard. Every detail had been perfect. The timing of each sound, the specific noises, everything exactly as it always happened when Caroline came home. It wasn't my imagination. It wasn't a dream. It was real. I tried to forget about it over the next few weeks. Maybe it was just a weird one-time thing, a glitch in my brain or something. But then something happened that made it impossible to dismiss. About 3 weeks later, I was at Caroline's place. She has her own apartment now, but she was babysitting our 3-year-old niece Lily that day, so I went over to hang out with them. We were playing with Lily in the living room when we both heard it. The sound of a key in the front door lock, the door opening, then closing, followed by the sound of footsteps in the entryway. The footsteps sounded exactly like our mom's. She has this distinctive walk where one foot drags slightly because of an old injury. The pace, the weight, everything was exactly how our mom walks. Lily looked up immediately and said, "Grandma?" She got up and started running toward the entryway. Caroline and I exchanged glances. Our mom wasn't supposed to be there. She was at a doctor's appointment across town. Caroline called out, "Mom, is that you?" No response. We both got up and followed Lily to the entryway. There was no one there. The front door was still locked from the inside. No sign that anyone had come in. Lily looked around, confused. "Where's Grandma?" she asked. Caroline and I checked the entire apartment. Empty. We looked out the window at the parking lot. No sign of our mom's car. Caroline called our mom. She was still at the doctor's office waiting for her appointment. Whatever we had heard, it wasn't our mom. But a 3-year-old had heard it too and recognized the sound as her grandmother. It wasn't just me this time. On the drive home that day, I couldn't stop thinking about what was happening. Twice now, we had heard family members arrive when they weren't actually there. Perfect auditory illusions of the routines we were all so familiar with. I've spent months trying to find a logical explanation. Maybe it's some weird acoustic phenomenon in our house, but that wouldn't explain why it happened at Caroline's apartment too. Carbon monoxide. But we've had the house checked, and there's no leak. Besides, my mom didn't hear anything the first time, and we all heard it the second time, so it's not consistent. The only theory I've come up with that makes any sense is that maybe there's something in our house, something not human, that's learning our routines, mimicking the sounds of us coming home. But why? To what end? Is it trying to lure us somewhere? Is it trying to make us think we're crazy? I still live in that house, still hear Caroline come home every day. But now, every time I hear that familiar routine, there's a moment of doubt. Is it really her this time? Or is it the other thing, the thing that sounds exactly like her, but isn't her at all? Sometimes, late at night, I hear other sounds too. Footsteps upstairs when everyone is downstairs. Doors opening and closing when no one is moving around. Once, I swear I heard my own voice calling from my bedroom when I was in the kitchen. What freaks me out the most is that whatever this is, it knows us. It knows our routines, our voices, our specific sounds. It's not random noises. It's perfect imitations of us, of our family. I've never felt unsafe in our house before, but now I find myself checking and double-checking that it's really my family members I'm hearing. Sometimes I'll call out to them, just to make sure they respond with their actual voices. So that's my story. I don't know what's happening in our house. I don't know if we're being haunted or if there's some scientific explanation I'm missing. All I know is that sometimes the person you hear coming home isn't really there at all, and I have no idea what that means or what to do about it. I still get the chills every time I think about it. It's been 2 months, and I haven't told many people because, well, who would believe me? But I need to get this off my chest, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. Back in March, I was in Burlington for a business conference. Nothing special, just the usual boring presentations and networking. By Saturday evening, I was exhausted, and just wanted a decent meal before heading back to my hotel. Everyone had recommended Riverwood Restaurant downtown. Apparently, they have this amazing bourbon-glazed salmon that people rave about. It was around 7:30 p.m. when I got there, and the place was packed. There was a 40-minute wait for a table, which wasn't surprising for a Saturday night. The hostess took my name and told me I could wait at the bar, but it was crowded too, so I just stood near the entrance, scrolling through emails on my phone. I'd been waiting for maybe 10 minutes when I felt someone looking at me. You know that feeling when someone's eyes are on you? I glanced up and froze. Standing just inside the entrance was Daniel. My friend, Daniel. He was wearing a blue button-down shirt and that gray sports jacket he always loved. He looked exactly the same as the last time I'd seen him. Same slightly crooked smile, same way of standing with his weight shifted to one side. Our eyes met, and his face lit up with recognition. Marcus Bennett, he called out, pushing through a group of people to get to me. I couldn't move. I literally couldn't move. Because Daniel Westbrook had been dead for 3 years. 3 years, 2 months, and 15 days to be exact. Car accident on Highway 89. I was at his funeral. I helped carry his casket. But there he was, grinning and walking toward me like nothing had happened. "Man, what are you doing here?" he asked, clapping me on the shoulder. His hand was solid, warm. "I haven't seen you in forever." My mouth opened and closed. I must have looked like a complete idiot, but somehow I managed to reply, Just in town for work. You?" Same old, he said with that familiar half-shrug of his. "Came to meet some friends for dinner? God, it's been, 4 years?" "Something like that," I mumbled. "We should catch up properly sometime. You still at the same company?" I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. The hostess called his name then, Westbrook, Party of 3, and he gave me an apologetic smile. "That's me. Hey, good seeing you, man. Let's not be strangers, all right?" Then he was gone, following the hostess deeper into the restaurant. I stood there, my heart hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. Cold sweat broke out across my back and forehead. What the fuck had just happened? I felt dizzy, like I might pass out right there in the crowded entrance. The hostess returned and called my name. I followed her mechanically, my legs moving without conscious input from my brain. She led me to a small table near the center of the restaurant. I sat down, but I couldn't focus on the menu she handed me. All I could think was, Daniel is dead. Daniel is dead. But he'd just spoken to me. He'd touched my shoulder. He knew my name, recognized me immediately. As the initial shock began to wear off, I tried to rationalize what had happened. Maybe it wasn't really Daniel. Maybe it was someone who looked incredibly similar. But that didn't explain how he knew my name, or the way he spoke to me like we were old friends. And his voice. It was definitely Daniel's voice. With that slight Connecticut accent he never could shake. I realized I was gripping the edge of the table so hard my knuckles had turned white. I forced myself to let go and take a deep breath. My water glass was shaking slightly in my hand when I picked it up. "Are you ready to order, sir?" The server had appeared at my table, startling me so badly I nearly knocked over my water. I need a minute," I stammered. "No problem. Take your time." As soon as she walked away, I scanned the restaurant, looking for Daniel. The layout of Riverwood is open, with tables arranged in several tiered sections. From where I was sitting, I could see most of the dining area. And there he was, 2 sections over, sitting with a man and woman I didn't recognize. He was laughing, taking a sip of what looked like whiskey, his typical drink. The sight of him hit me like a physical blow. This wasn't my imagination. He was right there, 20 feet away from me, alive and breathing when I knew he was dead. I pulled out my phone with trembling fingers and opened my photo gallery. I scrolled back through years of pictures until I found one from Colin's wedding. Me, Colin, and Daniel, all in suits, arms around each other's shoulders. Daniel with the same smile, the same eyes, the same slightly crooked front tooth from when he got hit with a hockey puck in college. I looked back up at the man across the restaurant. It was him. It was Daniel. The pins and needles sensation that had started in my fingertips was spreading up my arms now. My whole body felt cold, then hot, then cold again. I was breathing too fast, on the verge of hyperventilating. I needed to calm down, to think rationally. Maybe Daniel hadn't died, but that was absurd. I was at the hospital when they pronounced him dead. I saw his body. I helped plan his funeral with his parents, picked out music he would have liked. I watched them lower his casket into the ground at Green Mountain Cemetery. Could it be a twin? Daniel never mentioned having a twin, and we'd been friends since college. Besides, what were the odds his identical twin would have the same name and recognize me? As these thoughts raced through my mind, Daniel glanced in my direction. Our eyes met again, and he gave me a small, friendly nod before returning to his conversation. That nod did it. I couldn't stay there. I stood up so abruptly I knocked my chair backward. People at nearby tables turned to stare, but I didn't care. I tossed a 20 on the table even though I hadn't ordered anything and made for the exit, trying not to run. Outside, the cool evening air hit my face, but it did nothing to clear the fog in my head. I walked blindly down the street, not caring where I was going, just needing to put distance between myself and whatever was happening in that restaurant. After a few blocks, I stopped and leaned against a brick wall, trying to steady my breathing. My phone buzzed in my pocket. A text from Craig, another conference attendee, asking if I wanted to grab a drink. The normalcy of it was almost shocking. I nearly called him, desperate to talk to someone, but what would I say? Hey, I just saw our dead friend Daniel, and he's totally fine and has no idea he died 3 years ago. Craig would think I'd lost my mind. Maybe I had. I ended up walking back to my hotel in a daze, the encounter playing on repeat in my mind. Once in my room, I did something I hadn't done in years. I pulled up Daniel's Facebook page. It had been converted to a memorial page after his death, with Remembering Daniel Westbrook at the top. The last post was from his mom on the anniversary of his death last January, saying how much they all still missed him. So I wasn't crazy. Daniel was definitely dead. I spent the next hour searching online for anything about the Westbrook family in Burlington. Daniel had grown up in Essex Junction, just outside Burlington, but his parents had moved to Florida after his death. I found nothing indicating they'd moved back. I searched for news about Daniel, about Westbrooks in Vermont, about twins separated at birth. Anything that might explain what I'd seen. Nothing. Around midnight, exhaustion finally overtook anxiety, and I fell into a fitful sleep. I dreamed of Daniel standing at the foot of my bed, still in that blue shirt and gray jacket, just watching me with a puzzled expression. I woke up at 5 a.m. drenched in sweat. Without really thinking about it, I packed my bag, checked out of the hotel, and drove back to Riverwood Restaurant. It was closed, of course, but I just sat in my car in the empty parking lot, staring at the building as the sun came up. What was I expecting to find? I don't know, but I couldn't leave Burlington without trying to make sense of what had happened. When the morning staff started arriving around 7 a.m., I approached a middle-aged woman who looked like she might be a manager. "Excuse me," I said, trying to sound normal and not like someone who'd been sitting in a parking lot for 2 hours. I was here last night, and I think I saw an old friend, but I didn't get a chance to talk to him. The reservation was under Westbrook. She gave me an odd look, but checked something on her phone. We did have a Westbrook party last night. Table 14, party of 3. My heart nearly stopped. Do you have any information about them? A phone number, maybe? I'm sorry, sir. We can't give out customer information. She frowned slightly. Are you okay? You look a little pale. I'm fine, I lied. Thanks anyway. I got back in my car but couldn't bring myself to start it. A Westbrook party had been there. It wasn't my imagination. But how was that possible? I ended up driving by Daniel's old family home in Essex Junction before leaving town. A completely different family lived there now, of course. As I sat in my car across the street, an older man came out to get the newspaper. I rolled down my window and called out to him. Excuse me, sir, this might sound strange, but do you know anything about the family that used to live here? The Westbrooks? He walked over, newspaper in hand. Moved out 3, maybe 4 years ago after their son died. Tragic thing. He shook his head. Never met the son myself. They kept to themselves mostly. Why do you ask? Just an old friend, I said. Thanks. I drove the 4 hours home in a state of numb confusion. By the time I got back to my apartment in Boston, I'd convinced myself I must have experienced some kind of stress-induced hallucination. The conference had been intense, I hadn't been sleeping well, and Daniel had been on my mind lately because his birthday would have been next month. But then I checked my email. There, sitting in my inbox with yesterday's timestamp, was a LinkedIn notification. Daniel Westbrook viewed your profile. I stared at the screen, my world tilting sideways again. With shaking fingers, I clicked on the notification, but it led to an error page. When I searched for Daniel Westbrook on LinkedIn, all I found was his old inactive profile that hadn't been updated since before his death. The notification disappeared from my inbox a few hours later. When I checked my LinkedIn activity log, there was no record of anyone named Westbrook viewing my profile. I've spent the weeks since that day in Burlington trying to make sense of what happened. I've researched doppelgangers, parallel universes, even ghosts, though what I experienced doesn't fit neatly into any of those categories. Ghosts don't order whiskey or have dinner with friends. Doppelgangers don't know your name or your history. I've thought about reaching out to Daniel's parents, but what would I say? How could I cause them more pain by suggesting their son somehow wasn't really dead? Sometimes I wonder if I glimpsed into another reality that day, one where Daniel never got into that car accident, where he's still alive, and we've simply drifted apart as friends sometimes do. Or maybe time isn't as linear as we think, and for a brief moment, past and present overlapped in that restaurant. I don't have answers. All I know is what I experienced was real. I saw Daniel Westbrook, my friend who died 3 years ago, alive and well in a restaurant in Burlington. He recognized me, spoke to me, touched me, and then he went back to his dinner while I fled into the night, questioning everything I thought I knew about life and death. I haven't been back to Burlington since. I'm not sure I ever will, but I check my email compulsively now, hoping for another notification, another sign. And sometimes when my phone rings and the caller ID shows unknown, I hesitate before answering, wondering if somehow, impossibly, it might be him. I've been debating for weeks whether to share this. Part of me thinks writing it all down might help make sense of it, but another part worries it'll make everything more real. I need to tell someone, though, even if it's just strangers on the internet. I live alone, well, with my dog Piper in a small house on the edge of Devon. It's peaceful here. My nearest neighbors are about half a mile down the road, and the back of my property faces dense woods that stretch for miles. I inherited the place from my grandmother 4 years ago, and until recently, I loved the solitude and quiet. But something's been happening. Something I can't explain that's turned my dream home into a nightmare. I know how this will sound, but I swear every word is true. I'm being haunted by myself, not a ghost or spirit of someone who died here before. It's me, something that looks exactly like me, sounds like me, but isn't me. The first incident happened about 4 months after I moved in. My family was visiting for my 30th birthday. We were having dinner in the garden, my parents, my brother, and his wife, a couple of friends. It was a beautiful summer evening, and Mom had just brought out the cake when she suddenly froze, staring over my shoulder toward the tree line. "Olivia," she said, looking confused, "how did you get over there so fast?" Everyone turned to look at the woods, and I felt this horrible chill run through me. "Mom, I'm right here," I said. Her face went white. "But I just saw you standing at the edge of the trees, same clothes and everything." My dad laughed it off as a trick of the light, and everyone moved on. But I couldn't shake the feeling of dread that settled over me. Later that night, after everyone left, I sat on my porch staring at the dark woods, feeling like something was watching me. Nothing happened for almost 2 years after that, long enough that I convinced myself Mom had just seen a shadow or someone hiking through the public woodland beyond my property. I felt safe again in my little house with Piper. Then last year, in November, I was upstairs working when I heard my own voice coming from downstairs. Clear as day, I heard myself humming, this little tune I always hum when I'm cooking, except I wasn't cooking. I was upstairs, frozen in terror, listening to myself moving around in my conservatory. Piper heard it too. She lifted her head from where she was sleeping on my bed, ears perked up, then jumped down and ran to the top of the stairs, wagging her tail like she was greeting me. But I was right there beside her. I grabbed a heavy flashlight, the only weapon-like thing I could think of, and slowly went downstairs. The conservatory was empty, but the door to the garden was unlocked. I always lock it. I told myself I must have forgotten. I started double-checking all my locks after that. Then 2 months ago, on a foggy morning in March, I was making coffee in the kitchen when I glanced out the window and saw myself, standing motionless about 20 yards into the woods, just staring at my house. Same pajamas I was wearing, same messy bun, same everything. But the expression was wrong, blank, empty. I dropped my mug and it shattered on the floor, but I couldn't look away. For maybe 10 seconds, we just stared at each other. Then I blinked, and it was gone. I convinced myself it was sleep deprivation. I'd been working late on a freelance project and wasn't sleeping well. That had to be it, but deep down, I knew it wasn't. After that, little things started happening. I'd come home to find lights on that I was certain I'd turned off. Once I found muddy footprints on the kitchen floor, my size, from shoes I owned, but I hadn't been outside in the rain. Piper started getting antsy at night, staring at the windows and growling at nothing. Which brings me to last night. What happened last night is why I'm at my parents' house now, why I'm not sure I can ever go back home. I was up late watching a movie. It was storming outside, one of those heavy spring storms with wind that makes all the old windows in my house rattle. Around midnight, the power flickered, and I decided to just go to bed. I let Piper out for one last toilet break, standing in the doorway while she ran into the garden. She suddenly stopped, hackles raised, staring toward the woods. I called her name, but she wouldn't come, just stood there making this weird whining sound I'd never heard before. "Piper, come!" I shouted above the wind, and then I heard it, my own voice coming from the darkness beyond my garden. "Piper, come!" It was exactly my voice, not like someone doing an impression. It was mine, down to the specific way I say my dog's name. Piper bolted back to me, and I slammed the door shut, heart pounding. I ran through the house, checking all the locks, pulling all the curtains closed. I grabbed my phone, wondering if I should call someone, but who? What would I even say? I decided to just go to bed and deal with it in the morning. I told myself it was the wind playing tricks, or maybe a hunter in the woods mimicking me as a stupid prank. I was almost asleep when I heard it again, my voice right outside my bedroom window. "Let me in." My blood turned to ice. Piper jumped up, barking frantically. "Let me in, Liv." Nobody calls me Liv except my family. I lay there paralyzed with fear as the scratching started. First at my bedroom window, then downstairs at the conservatory door, then the front door. Like someone, something, was circling my house, trying to find a way in. Piper went absolutely berserk, running from window to window, barking and growling. The scratching got louder, more frantic. It didn't sound like fingernails. It sounded like claws. "Let me in, let me in, let me in." Over and over in my voice, but wrong somehow. Like it couldn't quite get the rhythm of speech right. I grabbed Piper and locked us in the bathroom, the only room without windows. I called 999, sobbing into the phone. The dispatcher kept asking questions I couldn't answer. No, I didn't see anyone. No, there hadn't been threats. No, I didn't know who would want to hurt me. The scratching stopped around the time I heard police sirens approaching. By the time they arrived, whatever it was had vanished. They searched the property and found nothing except deep scratches on my wooden doors and window frames. The officer suggested foxes or badgers, but I've seen wildlife damage before. These scratches were deliberate. Some formed letters, my name, over and over. They took a report but clearly thought I was just a woman alone who'd scared herself during a storm. They suggested I stay with someone until I felt safe again, so I packed a bag and drove to my parents' house at 3 a.m. I'm still here, trying to figure out what to do. I've started researching doppelgangers and folklore about doubles. In almost every culture, seeing your own double is an omen of death. I keep thinking about what Mom saw that day and all the incidents since. What terrifies me most is the thought that this thing, this other me, is trying to get into my house for a reason. What happens if it succeeds? Will it replace me? Is that why it looks like me, sounds like me? Is it practicing, getting better at being me? I've set up cameras at the house, pointing at all doors and into the woods. Part of me doesn't want to know what they'll capture, but I need evidence. I need to know I'm not losing my mind. My parents think I had a break-in scare and are being supportive, but they'd never believe the truth. No one would, except maybe you all. Has anyone experienced something like this? Does anyone know what it might be or what it wants? All I know is it's still out there, waiting, watching, and sooner or later, I'll have to go home. The police called this morning. They went back to check on my house and said everything looked normal, but one thing keeps playing in my mind. The officer mentioned in passing that they were confused when they first arrived last night because they saw someone matching my description standing in the garden, but when they pulled up, no one was there. I was already on the road to my parents' house when they arrived. I don't know what this thing is, but I know it's getting closer, and I'm terrified that one day it's going to find a way in. Update. I've been staying at my parents' for 3 days now. Last night, my mom came into the guest room where I'm sleeping and sat on my bed. She asked if I was feeling better and if I'd thought about seeing someone, a therapist, about my episode. I started to explain again that someone had been trying to break in, leaving out the part about it looking like me. She touched my hand and said, "I understand, honey. It must have been terrifying being alone in that big house during the storm." Then she said something that made my blood freeze. "Your father and I were just confused because when you called yesterday afternoon to say you were coming over, you sounded fine. You didn't mention any break-in." "I never called them. I never said I was coming over. I just showed up in the middle of the night." I tried to keep my voice steady as I asked what time I had called. "Around 4, I think. You said you were heading home from work and would be here for dinner, but then you never showed up. We tried calling, but it went straight to voicemail. We were getting worried when you finally arrived at 3 a.m. I've been checking the cameras I set up at my house through an app on my phone. So far, nothing unusual. But now I'm wondering, what if it's not trying to get into my house anymore? What if it's already out here trying to get to me? I'm still trying to wrap my head around what happened last Sunday at my parents' house. I've told myself 1,000 times there must be a logical explanation, but I can't find one, and it's seriously freaking me out. For context, I'm 25. I live in an apartment in downtown Chicago, but I go to my parents' place in Oak Park every other weekend. It's this nice suburban house where I grew up. Nothing special but home, you know. My 2 younger siblings still live there, Emma, 22, and Tyler, 19. And that weekend my cousins Jen and Mark were visiting from Milwaukee. Sunday morning started totally normal. I woke up in my old bedroom around 9, scrolled through my phone for a bit, then went downstairs where everyone was already having breakfast. Mom had made pancakes, and everyone was just hanging out in the kitchen talking about random stuff. Around 11, I decided to make some tea. I filled the kettle with water and put it on the stove because I've always preferred it to using the microwave. Not for any particular reason, I just like the ritual of it, watching the water boil. I was leaning against the counter waiting when I noticed this weird silence had fallen over the room. I looked up and everyone was staring at me with these confused expressions. Emma had her eyebrows raised, Tyler looked annoyed, and my cousins were exchanging glances. "What?" I asked. Emma laughed awkwardly. You just spent like 10 minutes telling us why we shouldn't use the microwave, and now you're acting like nothing happened." I thought she was joking. "What are you talking about? I just came in here to make tea." Tyler rolled his eyes. "Very funny, Grace. You literally just finished your TED Talk about how microwaves are killing us all. I genuinely had no idea what they were talking about. Guys, I seriously don't know what you mean. I walked in, said good morning, and started making tea. That's it." Jen leaned forward, looking concerned. "Grace, you were just explaining to us about some study where plants died when they were watered with microwaved water. You were really passionate about it, said we should all throw our microwaves out." My stomach dropped. I use my microwave all the time. I've never read any study about plants dying from microwaved water. I had absolutely no memory of saying anything like this. "I never said that," I insisted. "I don't even know about any study like that." Mark pulled out his phone. "Yeah, you mentioned this specific experiment where they watered one plant with regular water and one with microwaved water, and the microwaved water plant died." He was scrolling through his phone. "Here, this study. You specifically referenced this. He showed me his screen with a website debunking the exact experiment he described. It showed pictures of two plants side by side, one healthy and one dead, with captions claiming the dead one had been watered with microwaved water. I felt dizzy. I've never seen this before in my life. Mark looked confused. But you just described it in detail. You said the molecular structure of water changes when it's microwaved, making it toxic to plants and potentially harmful to humans. I don't even know what that means. My voice was getting higher. Why would I say something I know nothing about? Emma was studying my face now. Grace, you literally went on about this for like 10 minutes. You were super passionate, saying we shouldn't be trusting conveniences like microwaves just because they save time. You kept saying, convenience at what cost? It was kind of intense. Yeah, Tyler added. You were standing right there by the fridge, talking with your hands like you do when you're really into something. I felt like I was going to throw up. The kettle started whistling, making me jump. I turned off the burner, but I didn't make my tea. I was too freaked out. Are you guys messing with me? I asked, looking from face to face. Is this some weird joke? They all looked concerned now, not amused. Jen shook her head. Grace, we wouldn't make this up. You were just talking to us about this stuff. Like literally 2 minutes ago. I was not, I insisted. I've been standing here waiting for the water to boil. I haven't said a word about microwaves. There was an uncomfortable silence. I could feel my heart pounding. I've never had memory issues. I don't drink anymore. I've been completely sober for 6 months after realizing alcohol was making my anxiety worse. I wasn't on any medication. There was absolutely no reason I would black out and forget an entire conversation I'd apparently just had. Maybe you were daydreaming, Emma suggested. Like you thought you were thinking it, but you were actually saying it out loud. For 10 minutes, I replied, and about something I know nothing about? Mark showed me his phone again. The thing is, this study is real, but it's been debunked. It was some kind of hoax from years ago. But you were talking about it like you'd researched it thoroughly. I took his phone and scanned the article. It was exactly as he described, a debunked study claiming microwaved water killed plants. I'd never seen it before. I had no opinion on microwaves whatsoever. I used mine daily without a second thought. I don't understand, I said, my voice shaking a little. I don't remember saying any of this, and I don't know anything about this study. My mom walked in from the living room. What's all the commotion about? Grace is pretending she doesn't remember her whole anti-microwave speech, Tyler said. I'm not pretending, I snapped. I genuinely don't remember saying anything about microwaves because I didn't say anything. Mom looked confused. Honey, I heard you from the living room. You were talking about how microwaves alter the molecular structure of food or something. That made 5 people, who all remembered me saying something I had absolutely no memory of saying. I felt like I was losing my mind. Mom, I swear to you, I did not say anything about microwaves. I have never researched this. I have no opinion on it, and I use my microwave all the time. Mom looked at me strangely, like she was trying to figure out if I was joking. Grace, you were pretty passionate about it. You mentioned some study with plants. I know what they're saying, I said. I was nearly shouting now, but I didn't say it. I have no memory of this conversation. Everyone got quiet. I could see them exchanging looks, silently communicating their concern. I felt like I was trapped in some bizarre nightmare. Maybe you were sleepwalking? Jen suggested. Or like sleep-talking, but with your eyes open. I wasn't asleep. I've been awake for hours. My hands were shaking. I was making tea, standing right here, not saying a word. Mark put his hand on my shoulder. Hey, it's okay. People forget things sometimes. Not entire conversations they just had. I stepped away from him. Especially not conversations about topics they know nothing about. I pulled out my own phone and typed microwaved water plant study into Google. The same debunked study came up, along with multiple articles explaining why it was pseudoscience. I had never seen any of this information before in my life. See? I showed them my search. Why would I passionately argue about something I've never researched and then immediately forget I said it? No one had an answer. They were all looking at me like I was having some kind of breakdown. Look, I said, trying to calm down. Let's say I did say all this stuff about microwaves. What exactly happened? Walk me through it. Emma shifted uncomfortably. Well, you were standing by the fridge while we were all sitting at the table. You suddenly started talking about how dangerous microwaves are, saying we're all too dependent on convenience appliances. You mentioned that study about the plants, and then went on about how the molecular structure of water changes when it's microwaved. You were really into it, using your hands a lot, walking back and forth. And none of you thought this was weird, I asked. Me suddenly lecturing about microwaves out of nowhere? Tyler shrugged. I just figured you'd seen some documentary or something. You get passionate about random stuff sometimes. Not like this, I insisted. I don't lecture people about topics I know nothing about. My dad walked in, coffee mug in hand. What's going on? Before anyone could respond, I asked him, Dad, did you hear me talking about microwaves earlier? He nodded casually. Yeah, something about them being bad for plants. I wasn't really paying attention. My blood ran cold. That was 6 people now who remembered me saying things I had no memory of saying. What was I wearing when I said all this? I asked, desperate for some inconsistency, some proof that they were mistaken. The same thing you're wearing now, Mom said. Your green sweater and jeans. I looked down at my clothes. The same green sweater and jeans I'd put on after I woke up. This doesn't make any sense, I whispered, more to myself than to them. I don't remember any of this. Maybe you should sit down, Mom suggested, concern etched on her face. You look pale. I sat at the kitchen table, my untouched tea forgotten. Everyone was staring at me with varying degrees of concern and confusion. I'm not crazy, I said firmly, and I'm not joking. I genuinely have no memory of talking about microwaves or plants or molecular structures or anything. Could it be stress? Mom asked gently. You have been working a lot lately. I'd been busy at work, sure, but nothing extreme. Nothing that would cause me to black out and forget entire conversations. I'm not stressed enough to develop amnesia, I said, and even if I was, why would I suddenly become an expert on something I know nothing about? Where would that information even come from? No one had an answer. We sat in uncomfortable silence for a minute. Maybe it was someone else, I suggested desperately, knowing how ridiculous it sounded. We all saw you, Grace, Emma said softly. It was definitely you. I tried to think of any explanation, no matter how far-fetched. What if it wasn't me? What if someone who looks exactly like me came in and said all that stuff, and then left, and I came in right after? They all stared at me like I'd completely lost it. A doppelganger? Tyler said skeptically. Really? Put that way, it did sound insane, but not more insane than forgetting an entire passionate lecture I'd apparently just given about a topic I knew nothing about. I don't know, I admitted. I don't have an explanation. All I know is that I have no memory of saying any of these things you're claiming I said. The rest of the day was awkward. Everyone kept giving me these concerned looks, like they were waiting for me to either confess to the joke or have another episode. I tried to act normal, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something profoundly wrong had happened. I left earlier than I'd planned, making up an excuse about work. As I drove back to my apartment in the city, my mind raced with possibilities, each more unsettling than the last. Had I blacked out? But how could I research and passionately discuss something during a blackout that I had no prior knowledge of? Was I sleepwalking with my eyes open? Having some kind of seizure that made me spout information I didn't know I had? Or was it something else entirely? The thought that keeps coming back to me, the one I can't shake even though it sounds absolutely insane, is this. What if it wasn't me? What if, somehow, an alternate version of me, one who is passionately anti-microwave, temporarily crossed over into this reality? What if that version of me gave my family the lecture and then we switched back, with me having no memory of what my alternate self had done? I know how that sounds. Trust me, I know. But I've gone over every logical explanation, and none of them make sense. 6 different people all clearly remember me saying things I have absolutely no memory of saying, about a topic I have no knowledge of. It's been 3 days now, and I still can't explain what happened. I've been researching memory lapses, dissociative episodes, everything I can think of, but nothing fits. I haven't had any other episodes or lost any more time. It was just that one specific conversation. Those 10 minutes that everyone remembers except me. I've been avoiding my family's calls because I don't know what to tell them. I'm afraid they think I'm having some kind of mental breakdown. Maybe I am. Maybe that's the simplest explanation, but it doesn't feel right. How do you explain remembering your entire day perfectly, except for one 10-minute conversation that 6 other people insist happened? How do you explain suddenly becoming knowledgeable about something you've never researched? How do you explain coming back to yourself making tea with no awareness that anything unusual had occurred? I don't have answers. All I know is that for 10 minutes last Sunday, someone who looked exactly like me, dressed exactly like me, stood in my parents' kitchen and lectured my family about the dangers of microwaves. And it wasn't me. At least, not the me who's writing this. I keep checking my microwave, half expecting to find a note from my other self. So far, nothing. But I can't shake the feeling that something impossible happened that day, something that defies ordinary explanation, and I'm terrified it might happen again. I never believed in ghosts, doppelgangers, or anything supernatural, not until last year when I moved to Pelican Island. It's not a big place. About 8,000 people live here year-round, though that number swells in summer when tourists arrive. I chose it because it was quiet, affordable, and seemed like the perfect place to restart my life after my divorce. I needed somewhere I could walk on beaches, breathe clean air, and stop feeling like I was drowning in memories of my failed marriage. The island is beautiful, small enough that after a few months you start recognizing familiar faces at the grocery store or coffee shop, but large enough that you don't feel suffocated. The community is tight-knit but welcoming to newcomers, a mix of people from all backgrounds. It's the kind of place where you can still leave your door unlocked sometimes, where neighbors bring you soup when you're sick. I'd been here about 3 weeks when it first happened. I was at the farmer's market, browsing through stalls of local produce and handmade crafts, feeling pretty good about my decision to move here. An elderly woman with silver hair and deep smile lines approached me with such genuine warmth that I assumed she must be someone I'd met during my house hunting trips. "Victoria," she called out, her weathered hands reaching for mine. "Oh, honey, I haven't seen you in months. Your mother told me you were traveling, but I had no idea you'd returned." I smiled awkwardly, gently pulling my hands away. "I'm sorry, ma'am, I'm not Victoria. My name is Sophia Jensen. I just moved here." The confusion that washed over her face was immediate and profound. She blinked several times, her head tilting slightly as she studied my face more carefully. "Oh my, She adjusted her glasses, leaning in uncomfortably close. "That's impossible. You look exactly like her. Exactly." I laughed it off as an honest mistake. Elderly people sometimes get confused, right? I've got pretty average features, shoulder-length brown hair, hazel eyes, medium build. Nothing striking or unusual. I'm the kind of person who blends into crowds. I figured Victoria must be another brunette woman in her 30s, and this lady's eyesight wasn't what it used to be. "It happens," I reassured her. "I just have one of those faces, I guess." She didn't seem convinced, but apologized and moved on. I didn't think much about it afterward. People get mistaken for others all the time, but then it kept happening. 2 months later, I was waiting in line at Island Brews, our local coffee shop. The woman behind me tapped my shoulder. Victoria Miller?" I turned, smiling politely. "No, sorry. I'm Sophia." This woman was maybe 40, well-dressed, perfectly capable of recognizing someone correctly, but her face showed the same bewildered disbelief as the elderly woman at the market. "That's crazy," she said, not moving away but continuing to stare. "You look exactly like my niece Victoria. Even your headphones are the same." I touched the wireless earbuds I was wearing, just standard black ones you can buy anywhere. "I swear you could be twins," she continued. "Do you have family here on the island?" "No, I'm new. Just moved here in April. No relatives anywhere nearby." She pulled out her phone. "Let me show you a picture of her." I waited, curious now to see this woman who apparently looked just like me. But after scrolling through her gallery, she frowned. "That's weird. I can't find a recent one. But trust me, it's uncanny. Are you sure you're not related to the Millers?" I assured her I wasn't, paid for my coffee, and left. But something about the encounter lingered with me. The absolute certainty in her eyes. The way she looked at me like I was playing some kind of joke on her. Over the next few months, it happened 4 more times. A teenage boy at the drugstore called me Miss Miller and asked if I was still teaching summer art classes. A middle-aged woman at the grocery store asked why I hadn't been at book club. A man about my age waved enthusiastically at me from his car, then looked embarrassed when I didn't wave back. Each time, I brushed it off. Coincidences happen. But each time, the person seemed so completely convinced I was this Victoria woman that it started to unnerve me. They weren't just saying I resembled her. They were certain I was her until I corrected them. Then came the day that truly scared me. It was a Tuesday in November. The island gets quiet in late fall, when the summer people have gone and the holiday visitors haven't arrived yet. I was in Island Market, the main grocery store, picking up ingredients for dinner. The place was nearly empty. Just me, a couple of employees, and a few other shoppers. I was in the produce section, trying to decide between 2 different types of apples, when I felt someone staring at me. I looked up to see a man in his 60s, tall with graying hair and a neatly trimmed beard, watching me from the end of the aisle. Something about his expression made my skin prickle, a mix of relief and anger. Before I could look away, he strode toward me with purpose. "Victoria." His voice was low, controlled, but tight with emotion. "Where have you been?" We've been worried sick. I felt that now familiar flutter of discomfort. I'm sorry, I'm not Victoria. My name is Sophia. He didn't even seem to hear me. Your mother hasn't slept in days. Your phone goes straight to voicemail. We filed a missing persons report yesterday. The intensity in his eyes frightened me. This wasn't a casual mistake. This man believed with absolute certainty that I was his daughter. Sir, I'm really not Victoria. I don't know who you're looking for, but it isn't me. I took a step back, clutching my shopping basket in front of me like a shield. He reached into his pocket and pulled out his wallet, hands shaking slightly. Victoria Ann Miller, this isn't funny anymore. Whatever point you're trying to make, you've made it. Your mother is on medication for anxiety now because of this. He pulled out a photo and thrust it toward me, but I was too unsettled to look at it. I just kept backing away. Please, I said, my voice rising. I'm not your daughter. My name is Sophia Jensen. I moved here in April. I've never met Victoria. I don't know who she is. A store employee noticed the confrontation and started walking over. The man finally seemed to register my words, and the absolute certainty in his expression wavered. He looked down at the photo in his hand, then back at my face. I don't understand, he murmured. You look... His voice trailed off. He held the photo out again, and this time I forced myself to look. But the photo he was holding was worn and faded, showing a young woman maybe 18 or 19, with blonde hair and blue eyes. She looked nothing like me at all. That's not even close to what I look like, I said, relief washing over me. Clearly, this was just a distraught father making a mistake, but his expression didn't change. What are you talking about? This is Victoria's high school graduation photo. It's the only one I have in my wallet. He stared at it, then at me. She looks exactly like you do now. The employee reached us. Everything okay here, folks? The man slowly put the photo away, still looking confused and upset. I'm sorry, I thought you were my daughter. She's been missing for 3 days. I hope you find her, I said genuinely, still shaken. The employee gave me a concerned look, and I nodded to indicate I was okay. The man walked away, shoulders slumped, but at the end of the aisle, he turned back. If you see anyone who looks like you, he said, please tell her to come home. I abandoned my shopping and left, heart pounding. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about what he'd said, if you see anyone who looks like you. I wondered if Victoria was real, if she was missing, if she truly looked so much like me that her own father could mistake me for her. The next morning I did something I hadn't yet done. I searched online for information about Victoria Miller from Pelican Island. There wasn't much. A few mentions in the local online newspaper about art exhibitions at the community center. A brief profile on the elementary school website listing her as a part-time art teacher. No photos I could find. I found her on social media, but her accounts were private, with profile pictures that showed landscapes or artwork rather than her face. I couldn't tell if she looked like me or not. I considered sending her a message, but decided that might seem bizarre or creepy. Over the next few days, I found myself looking for her around the island. Was she the woman browsing books at the library? The one jogging along the beach? Every brunette woman about my age became a possible Victoria in my mind. A week after the grocery store incident, I was walking home from dinner at the island's only real restaurant when I passed the community center. There was some kind of evening event happening, lights on, cars in the parking lot, people milling around outside. A flyer posted by the entrance caught my eye. Annual Winter Art Exhibition, featuring works by local artists, including Victoria Miller. I stopped, staring at the poster. This was my chance to see what Victoria looked like, to end this mystery once and for all. I went inside. The community center was buzzing with activity, maybe 50 people wandering around, looking at artwork displayed on portable walls. I grabbed a program from a table by the door and scanned it for Victoria's name. She had pieces in the third section. I made my way through the crowd, nodding politely at a few familiar faces, trying not to look as nervous as I felt. What if I ran into Victoria here? What if she looked exactly like me? What would I even say to her? I found her section, a collection of watercolor landscapes showing various island scenes. They were quite good, capturing the misty quality of early morning on the beach, the way the light filtered through the pine trees on the island's northern end. A small placard listed her name and a brief bio, but no photo. I was studying one of the paintings when a woman's voice behind me said, "Do you like them?" I turned, half expecting, dreading, to see my own face looking back at me. But the woman was older, maybe in her 50s, with short gray hair and kind eyes. "They're beautiful," I said honestly. "Victoria has such talent," the woman said. "I've been trying to convince her to show in Seattle, but she's shy about her work." "Are you a friend of hers?" I asked carefully. "I'm her mother," she said, smiling. "Helen Miller." My heart skipped. Victoria's mother, the woman who must know best what her daughter looked like. "I'm Sophia," I said, extending my hand. "I'm fairly new to the island." She shook my hand, showing no sign of recognition or surprise at my appearance. "Welcome to Pelican Island. Victoria will be sorry she missed meeting you. She always likes to hear feedback on her work." "She's not here tonight?" I tried to keep my voice casual. Helen's expression clouded slightly. "No, she's away right now. Family emergency on the mainland." Something in her tone made me think she wasn't telling the whole truth. Was Victoria still missing? Was this family emergency a cover story? "I'm sorry to hear that," I said. "Please tell her I admired her paintings." As I was leaving, I passed a bulletin board near the entrance. Among the flyers for yoga classes and community meetings was a missing person poster. Victoria Miller, age 32. Last seen November 10th. There was a photo. I stopped breathing for a moment. The woman in the picture had my face, my exact face, same eyes, same nose, same smile. Even her hair was styled just like mine, falling to her shoulders with a slight wave. The only difference was that she was wearing a blue sweater I didn't own. I grabbed the flyer, hands shaking, and looked at the contact information. Detective Luis Ramirez, Pelican Island Police Department. The next morning, I went to the police station. It was a small building near the center of town. Pelican Island wasn't big enough to need more than a handful of officers. I asked for Detective Ramirez and waited on a hard plastic chair, rehearsing what I would say in my head. 20 minutes later, a tall man with a serious expression led me to a small office. "I'm Detective Ramirez. How can I help you, Miss Jensen, Sophia Jensen?" He gestured for me to sit. I perched on the edge of the chair, suddenly unsure how to explain why I was there without sounding crazy. I've been mistaken for Victoria Miller several times since moving here," I began. "People seem to think we look alike. I saw her missing person flyer at the community center last night." Ramirez's expression didn't change. And I thought maybe I should tell you about it, in case it's relevant to your investigation." He studied me for a moment. "When did you move to the island, Ms. Jensen?" "April of this year." "And where did you live before that?" "Chicago." "Had you ever visited Pelican Island before moving here?" "No, I'd never even heard of it until I started looking for a new place to live after my divorce." He made a note on a pad in front of him. Have you ever met Victoria Miller? No, at least not that I'm aware of. Yet people mistake you for her. Yes, all the time, even her father. I hesitated. He approached me in the grocery store last week, thinking I was her. Ramirez leaned forward slightly. That's interesting, because I've known Victoria Miller since she was in high school, Miss Jensen, and you look nothing like her. I felt like I'd been slapped. What? Victoria Miller is 5'2". She has blonde hair and blue eyes. You're what, 5'7"? Brown hair, hazel eyes. Other than being approximately the same age and the same race, you have no physical similarities. I pulled the missing person flyer from my bag and placed it on his desk. Then who is this? He picked it up, looked at it, then back at me with a frown. This is Victoria Miller. That woman looks exactly like me. He set the flyer down. Ms. Jensen, this woman has blonde hair and blue eyes. She's a foot shorter than you. Are you feeling all right? I stared at the flyer. The woman looking back at me still had my face, my exact face. But now I noticed she was wearing a white blouse, not the blue sweater I remembered from last night. That's not what I saw before, I stammered. The picture was different. She looked like me. Detective Ramirez's expression softened slightly. Miss Jensen, have you been under stress lately? Moving to a new place can be difficult, especially after a divorce. I'm not crazy, I said, my voice rising. People have been mistaking me for her for months. Her own father thought I was her. Mr. Miller is understandably distraught about his daughter's disappearance, Ramirez said. Perhaps he saw what he wanted to see. And everyone else? The woman who said I looked like her niece? The boy who thought I was his art teacher? Victoria's aunt at the farmer's market? Ramirez frowned. Victoria doesn't have an aunt on the island. Her parents are both only children. I felt sick. Was I losing my mind? Were these encounters all in my head? Look, Ramirez said, his tone gentler now. We're doing everything we can to find Victoria. If you notice anything unusual, or if you think of any information that might help, please let me know. He handed me his card. I left the station in a daze. Nothing made sense. I thought about Helen Miller at the art show. She hadn't reacted to my appearance at all. Detective Ramirez insisted Victoria looked nothing like me, but all those people had been so certain. That afternoon I went to the library. The librarian, Mrs. Chen, had lived on the island her whole life and knew everyone. If anyone could clarify this situation, she could. I found her at the reference desk. Mrs. Chen, I'm wondering if you know Victoria Miller? She smiled warmly. Of course, dear. Such a talented artist. I've known her since she was a little girl. People keep mistaking me for her, I said. They seem to think we look alike. Mrs. Chen tilted her head, studying me. Well, I can see why. There's definitely a resemblance around the eyes, but Victoria is much shorter than you, and her hair is much lighter. So she doesn't look exactly like me? No, dear. You're both lovely young women, but you don't look identical or anything like that. I felt a wave of relief. At least Mrs. Chen's perception matched Detective Ramirez's. Maybe I wasn't going crazy after all. Is there anywhere I could see a photo of her, just to satisfy my curiosity? Mrs. Chen brightened. Oh, we have all the past island newsletters digitized. There was a feature on her art show last spring. She pulled up the file on her computer and turned the screen so I could see. The article showed a woman with shoulder-length blonde hair standing next to one of her paintings. Her face was turned slightly away from the camera, making it hard to see her features clearly, but she was definitely short and slight. Nothing like my 5'7" frame. Thank you, I said, more confused than ever. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about all the people who had mistaken me for Victoria, who had been so absolutely certain. Was it mass hallucination? Was something wrong with me? With them? Around 2 a.m., unable to stand lying in bed any longer, I got up and went to the kitchen to make tea. As I waited for the water to boil, I glanced out my window at the empty street below. A woman was standing under the streetlight directly across from my apartment. She was wearing a blue sweater. She had shoulder-length brown hair that caught the yellow glow of the streetlight, and even from this distance, I could see that her face was mine. I froze, teacup halfway to my lips. She stared up at my window, unmoving. Did she see me? Was she real? Without thinking, I rushed to my door, flew down the stairs, and burst out onto the sidewalk, not even bothering with a coat despite the November chill. The street was empty. I spun around, looking in all directions. There was no sign of her. No sound of footsteps fleeing, no car driving away. It was as if she had vanished into thin air. I ran across the street to where she had been standing. The pavement was dry. It hadn't rained in days, so there were no footprints, no evidence she had ever been there. But something caught my eye. A small object on the ground, just at the edge of the streetlight's glow. I bent down to pick it up. It was a wireless earbud, exactly like the ones I owned, exactly like the ones the woman at the coffee shop had noticed when she commented that Victoria and I even had the same headphones. I still have that earbud. I keep it in my nightstand drawer. Sometimes I take it out and look at it, wondering if I imagined the whole thing. But it's real. It's tangible proof that something happened that night. Victoria Miller is still missing. No one has seen her in weeks. The police have found no leads, no evidence of foul play, no reason for her to have disappeared. People have stopped mistaking me for her. It's as if the entire island suddenly realized their error all at once. No one mentions it anymore. No one gives me those strange looks of recognition followed by confusion. Sometimes I wonder if Victoria and I were somehow connected, if we were alternate versions of the same person, inhabiting slightly different realities that occasionally overlapped. Maybe when she disappeared from this reality, the connection was broken. Or maybe I'm the one who doesn't belong here. Maybe I'm in the wrong reality, the wrong Pelican Island. All I know is that sometimes, late at night, I look out my window, half expecting to see her standing there again, my double, my doppelganger, the woman who had my face. But the street remains empty, and I'm left with nothing but questions I can't answer and a single black earbud that might not even be hers. I'm seriously still trying to wrap my head around what happened to my family last month. I've spent weeks going back and forth with my dad trying to figure it out, and neither of us can make any sense of it. I've never been the type to believe in paranormal stuff. I'm usually the first person to try to find a logical explanation for things. But what happened in our house has me completely shaken. For context, we live in San Miguel in a pretty ordinary 2-story house that my parents bought about 12 years ago. Nothing weird ever happened here until recently. It's just me. I'm 17, my mom, my dad, and our dog Rusty. We're the Martinez family, and up until last month, I would have told you we were completely normal. It was a Tuesday night around 10:30 p.m. I remember because I had a biology test the next day, and I was cramming some last-minute studying in bed. My room has this glass sliding door that leads out to a small balcony, and I always keep it covered with this thick blue curtain for privacy. I was sitting on my bed with my back against the headboard, biology textbook in my lap, when my dad knocked and came into my room. He looked really confused, almost scared, which immediately made me nervous. My dad's not the type to get spooked easily. He's a construction supervisor, and pretty much the definition of level-headed. "Sophia, was that your hand?" he asked, pointing toward the curtain covering my glass door. I had no idea what he was talking about. "What hand?" I asked, completely confused. I hadn't moved from my bed in at least an hour. My dad's face went pale. He explained that he'd been walking past my room and saw a hand reaching out from behind the curtain covering my sliding door. He thought I was trying to scare him or something. "I've been right here the whole time, Dad," I told him. "I've been studying for bio." He walked over to the curtain and pulled it back. Nothing was there, obviously, just the dark glass door and the balcony beyond it. He checked the lock, which was secure, and then looked under my bed and in my closet, like he was honestly expecting to find someone hiding. "I swear I saw a hand," he said, like someone was standing behind the curtain and reaching out. He made a grabbing motion with his hand to demonstrate. I believed him. My dad doesn't make stuff up. But I also knew for certain that I'd been sitting in that exact spot for at least an hour, and nobody had been in my room. This is where it gets really messed up. My dad looked at me strangely and said, "But I was just in your room a few minutes ago, and you got up and went to the living room." My stomach dropped. "Dad, I haven't left my room all night. I've been studying right here." He shook his head firmly. "No, Sophia. I came in to ask if you wanted some tea. You got up, opened the door, and went to the living room. I stayed in here for a minute because I was checking if your heater was working properly. That's when I saw a hand reach out from behind the curtain. I went to the living room to find you, and you were sitting on the couch. I asked if you had reached behind the curtain before leaving the room, and you said no. Then I came back here to check again, and now you're in bed saying you never left?" I felt cold all over. "Dad, that never happened. I never went to the living room. You never came in before just now." We both just stared at each other. I could see my dad trying to process this, trying to find some logical explanation. He's not the type to jump to supernatural conclusions either, but I could see in his eyes that he was spooked. "Maybe you dozed off and dreamed it?" I suggested, but even as I said it, I knew that wasn't it. My dad hadn't been sleeping. He'd been wide awake, moving around the house. He checked my room one more time, including checking under the bed again, and then told me to lock my door after he left. He looked genuinely scared, which made me terrified because I'd never seen my dad look that way before. I didn't sleep much that night. I kept staring at the curtain, half expecting to see a hand reach out from behind it. I even took a video of the curtain for about 10 minutes, hoping to capture something, but nothing happened. The next morning at breakfast, my dad and I tried to figure it out. We went through the timeline again, comparing our experiences. According to him, he had been in my room at around 10:15 p.m. I'd gotten up and left. He stayed behind, saw the hand, then found me in the living room. But according to me, none of that happened. I had been in my room continuously from about 9 p.m. until he came in at 10:30 p.m. asking about the hand. My mom thought we were both being ridiculous. "You were tired," she said to my dad. "You imagined it." But I knew my dad hadn't imagined it. He had seen something or someone that looked exactly like me moving around our house. And that me had apparently confirmed to him that it wasn't her hand behind the curtain, which means whatever was behind the curtain was something else entirely. That's when I remembered something that had happened about 3 months earlier that I'd never told anyone about because it seemed so stupid and impossible. I was hesitant to bring it up, but given what had just happened with my dad, I felt like I needed to share it. "Dad, there's something I need to tell you," I said when my mom left the kitchen to get ready for work. I explained that a few months ago I had woken up in the middle of the night to see my mom standing in my doorway. She's a bit overweight and has this distinctive silhouette that's easy to recognize. She was just standing there watching me, which wasn't that unusual. She sometimes checks on me if she gets up to use the bathroom at night. I said, "Hi, Mom," or something, and she didn't answer, which I thought was weird. She just kept standing there. Then she slowly backed away and left. I was curious, so I got up to see what she was doing, and I found her fast asleep in her bedroom. Like deeply asleep. You know how Mom snores when she's really out. There's no way she could have gone from my doorway to being in deep sleep in her bed in the few seconds it took me to get up. My dad's face went white again. "Are you serious? Why didn't you tell us this before?" I shrugged. I figured I was half asleep and just imagined it. Or maybe it was a weird dream. It didn't seem important. Now it seemed very important. Because if my dad had seen someone who looked exactly like me, and I had seen someone who looked exactly like my mom, then what the hell was going on in our house? We decided not to tell my mom about my experience. She was already dismissing my dad's story, and I didn't want to freak her out more. But my dad and I started paying closer attention to things around the house. For the next few days, everything was normal. Then, on Saturday afternoon, I was in the kitchen making a sandwich when I heard my dad call my name from upstairs. I yelled back, "What?" But he didn't respond. I figured he needed help with something, so I went upstairs and checked his home office, their bedroom and the guest room, but he wasn't there. I went back downstairs and found him in the garage, working on his car. "Did you just call me from upstairs?" I asked him. He looked confused. "No, I've been out here for the past hour." That cold feeling came back. "I heard your voice calling my name from upstairs. It sounded exactly like you." My dad wiped his hands on a rag and came inside with me. We searched the entire house together but found nothing unusual. But we both knew what it meant. Whatever had been pretending to be me and my mom was now imitating my dad too. That night we sat down and had a family meeting. My dad and I explained everything to my mom, including the incident I'd witnessed months earlier. She was skeptical at first, but I could tell she was getting nervous as we talked. "So you're saying there's something in this house that can look and sound like us?" she asked, trying to keep her voice steady. "Or maybe it's some kind of reality glitch," my dad suggested. "Like we're experiencing different versions of events somehow." Neither explanation made any sense, but something was clearly happening. We decided to set up my dad's old GoPro in the hallway upstairs, pointing toward my room. If anything strange happened, maybe we'd catch it on camera. For the next few days, nothing unusual occurred. The camera footage showed nothing out of the ordinary. We were starting to think maybe it had been some bizarre coincidence or shared delusion. Then last Tuesday, almost exactly 2 weeks after the initial incident, it happened again. I was in the bathroom brushing my teeth before bed when I heard my mom and dad talking in their bedroom. Their door was open, and I could hear my mom asking my dad if he'd remembered to lock the front door. It was such a normal, everyday conversation that I didn't think anything of it. When I finished in the bathroom, I walked past their room and saw my dad sitting alone on the edge of the bed, looking at his phone. "Where's Mom?" I asked. He looked up, confused. "Downstairs? She's loading the dishwasher." My heart started pounding. "But I just heard you guys talking. I heard her ask you about the front door." My dad immediately got up and grabbed his phone like he was going to use it as a weapon. We went downstairs together, and found my mom in the kitchen, just like he'd said. "Have you been down here the whole time?" I asked her. "For the last 20 minutes, yeah," she said. She could tell from our faces that something was wrong. "What happened?" I explained what I'd heard, and my mom's casual skepticism finally shattered. She believed us now. That night, none of us slept well. We kept the lights on and took turns staying awake, watching the security camera app on our phones. The camera didn't catch anything strange, but we all felt like we were being watched. The next day, my parents called a priest to come bless the house. We're not particularly religious, but my mom thought it might help. The priest seemed skeptical of our story, but performed the blessing anyway. He suggested our house might have a carbon monoxide leak causing hallucinations, which was actually a relief to consider. At least that would be fixable. But we got the house tested, and the levels were normal. We also looked into the history of our house and neighborhood. As far as we could tell, nothing tragic or unusual had ever happened here. The house was built in 2002, and we're only the second family to live in it. The previous owners moved because the husband got a job in another state, not because they were fleeing anything supernatural. For the past 3 weeks, we've been living in this strange state of uncertainty. We've had a few more incidents, hearing each other's voices when we're not there, catching glimpses of each other in rooms we haven't entered. Last week, my mom saw me coming up the stairs when I was actually in the backyard with Rusty. Yesterday, I saw my dad in the kitchen when he was actually in the shower. We've considered moving, but my parents just refinanced the house last year, and we can't afford to leave right now. Plus, part of us is still holding on to the hope that there's a logical explanation. My dad thinks maybe our house exists in some kind of dimensional overlap, where alternate versions of ourselves are bleeding through. My mom has started researching doppelgangers and shapeshifters. I've been spending hours online looking for similar stories, hoping to find someone who's experienced something like this and figured out what was happening. The strangest part is that whatever these things are, they don't seem malicious. They haven't tried to hurt us or even scare us intentionally. They just exist alongside us, perfect mimics going about activities that we never actually performed. But the hand reaching from behind the curtain, that's what keeps me up at night. Because unlike the doppelgangers, which seem to be just going about normal business, that hand was reaching out deliberately. Reaching for what, for who, and why. I've taken to sleeping with my desk chair propped against my bedroom door and the curtains on my sliding door pulled all the way open so nothing can hide behind them. I know it probably wouldn't stop whatever this is, but it makes me feel a little safer. Last night was the worst yet. I woke up around 3 a.m. to the sound of my bedroom door opening. In the dim light from my window, I saw my dad standing in the doorway. "Dad," I whispered. He didn't respond. He just stood there staring at me. Something felt off about the way he was standing, too still, too rigid. "Dad, what's wrong?" I asked, my voice shaking. He still didn't answer. He just slowly raised his hand and pointed at something behind me. I was too terrified to turn around. I just stared at him, frozen in fear. After what felt like forever, he lowered his hand, backed out of the doorway, and closed the door. I sat there in the dark, heart pounding, afraid to move. Finally, I worked up the courage to turn on my bedside lamp. There was nothing behind me. I got out of bed and checked my closet, under the bed, behind the curtains. Nothing. With shaking hands, I texted my dad, "Did you just come into my room?" His response came quickly. "No, I'm in bed. Everything okay?" I didn't tell him what happened. I didn't want to scare him. I just said I thought I heard something and went back to bed. But I kept the light on for the rest of the night, I don't know what's happening in our house. I don't know if we're being haunted by shapeshifters or experiencing some kind of reality glitch or collectively losing our minds. All I know is that something is very wrong and none of us know how to fix it. We're still here, still living our lives as normally as possible, but always watching, always on edge. Always wondering if the family member we're talking to is really who they appear to be. If anyone has experienced anything similar or has any ideas about what might be happening, please let me know. I'm desperate for answers, because right now I can't shake the feeling that the things pretending to be us are getting bolder, and that hand reaching out from behind the curtain was just the beginning. I've never been one to believe in the supernatural. Coincidences are just that, coincidences. At least that's what I always told myself until 3 weeks ago. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened that day, and I'm honestly not sure what to make of it. I'm a 32-year-old software developer living in Portland. Pretty normal life. I work at this startup downtown that's trying to revolutionize supply chain management. Sounds boring, I know. Anyway, I usually bike to work when the weather's decent. Portland's got good bike lanes, and it helps me stay somewhat in shape while avoiding traffic. That Thursday started like any other. It had been raining earlier but cleared up by evening, leaving that fresh after-rain smell in the air. I was headed home around 6:30, taking my usual route down Jefferson, then cutting over to the bike lane on 3rd Avenue. I was looking forward to getting home. Mark, my roommate, and I had plans to order Thai food and watch the Blazers game. Mark and I have been roommates for about 2 years now. We met through a mutual friend who knew I needed someone to split rent with after my previous roommate moved out. Mark's a good guy, tall, lanky build, about 6'4", with this reddish-brown hair that's always kind of messy. He works as an architect at this firm downtown, just a few blocks from my office. So I'm pedaling along, thinking about pad Thai and whether Lillard was going to have a good game when I spot this guy on a bike ahead of me. From behind, I immediately recognized Mark's posture. He has this distinct way of sitting on his bike, slightly hunched forward with his elbows out. Plus, he was wearing what looked like the gray messenger bag he always carries. He was even wearing what looked like the blue raincoat Mark had on that morning. I started pedaling faster to catch up, thinking we could ride home together. It wasn't unusual for us to run into each other after work, though we'd never actually planned it. Our schedules just sometimes aligned that way. "Hey, Mark," I called out as I got closer. "Wait up." The guy glanced back, looking slightly confused, but then gave a half smile and slowed down. When I pulled up alongside him, we exchanged quick nods while keeping our eyes on the road. "Didn't expect to run into you," I said. "Thought you had that client meeting that was going to run late." He responded with something vague about it ending early. His voice sounded just like Mark's, that slightly nasal tone that gets more pronounced when he's tired. We rode side by side for a few blocks, making small talk about how the day went. Nothing deep, just the usual banter about annoying coworkers and looking forward to the weekend. We were approaching the intersection at Maple and Pine when we hit a red light. Both of us stopped, putting our feet down on the pavement. That's when we turned to face each other properly for the first time. I'll never forget the moment our eyes met. There was this instant mutual look of confusion, because this wasn't Mark, it wasn't even close. But also, it kind of was. The guy had the same lanky build, same height, same reddish-brown messy hair, but his face was completely different. Different nose, different eyes, different everything. Yet somehow, from behind and even from my peripheral vision while riding, My brain had been 100% convinced this was Mark. The stranger was staring at me with the same bewildered expression. "You're not Chris," he said slowly. I shook my head. "And you're not Mark." We just stood there for a few seconds, straddling our bikes at the red light, both of us trying to process what was happening. But I thought, from behind, "You looked exactly like my roommate Chris," he continued, his voice shaky. "Same build, same helmet, same backpack. I was sure it was him." A chill ran down my spine. That's exactly what happened to me. I was positive you were my roommate Mark. The light turned green, but neither of us moved. A few cyclists went around us, one of them muttering something about blocking the bike lane. "This is weird," the stranger said. "I'm Tom, by the way." "James," I replied, still feeling unsettled. We awkwardly decided to pull over to the sidewalk to figure out what was going on. The whole thing was too bizarre to just say goodbye and continue on our separate ways. "So your roommate looks like me from behind?" Tom asked, looking genuinely disturbed. "Yeah, exactly like you. Same height, same posture on the bike, same hair color, even the same messenger bag, I think." I pointed to his gray bag. Tom looked down at his bag, then back at me. "And you look exactly like my roommate Chris from behind, too. Same helmet, same jacket. It's uncanny." We started comparing notes, and that's when things got even weirder. Tom worked as a graphic designer at a marketing agency. His office? In the building right next to the architecture firm where Mark works. And his roommate Chris? A software developer like me, working in the building adjacent to my office. "What route do you usually take home?" I asked, already suspecting the answer. "Down Jefferson, then I cut over to 3rd, then up to Maple and Pine," Tom replied. That was exactly my route. And apparently it was Chris's route too, and Mark's. "What time do you usually leave work?" "Around 6:30 most days," Tom said. Same as me, same as Mark, same as Chris. By this point, both of us were visibly shaken. The coincidences were piling up too high, too fast. 4 guys, 2 pairs of roommates, each pair with 1 software developer and 1 creative professional, all working in adjacent buildings downtown, all biking the same route home at the same time, and each of us apparently looking exactly like the other's roommate when viewed from behind. "This can't be real," I said, trying to make sense of it. "This is too much to be coincidence." Tom nodded, his face pale. "I know, it feels like a glitch," I finished. "Like something's wrong with reality." We exchanged phone numbers, both of us needing some kind of validation that this had actually happened. I took a photo of Tom standing next to his bike, and he did the same with me. We agreed to talk to our respective roommates about it. The rest of my ride home was a blur. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of what had just occurred. When I got to our apartment, Mark was already there, heating up leftover pizza. "Hey, you're late," he said casually. "Thought we were ordering Thai." I stood in the doorway staring at him. Tall, lanky, reddish-brown, messy hair. The same build as Tom, but a completely different face. How had I been so convinced that Tom was Mark? "You okay?" Mark asked, noticing my expression. "You look like you've seen a ghost." I pulled out my phone and showed him the picture of Tom. "Does this guy look familiar to you?" Mark squinted at the photo. "No, should he? Who is that?" I explained the whole encounter, watching Mark's face change from amusement to confusion to genuine concern. He thought I was playing a prank at first, but as I described more details, he realized I was serious. "That's really weird, James," he said finally. "Are you sure you're not exaggerating how similar our situations are?" I'm positive, I insisted. Look, I'm going to prove it. Let's go to their apartment tomorrow. Tom texted me their address. They're only about 15 blocks from here. Mark was reluctant but agreed. The next day was Friday, and we both managed to leave work early. We biked to the address Tom had sent me, a brick apartment building in a neighborhood similar to ours. Tom answered the door, looking relieved to see us. You came. Good. Chris is inside. He didn't believe me either. We walked into their apartment, and I immediately felt a wave of déjà vu. The layout was different from ours, but the vibe was eerily similar. Same kind of IKEA furniture, similar posters on the walls, even a plant in the corner that looked just like the one Mark had bought last month. And then Chris walked in from the kitchen. My heart nearly stopped. From the back, he could have been my twin. Same height, same build, same haircut. But his face, completely different from mine. The four of us sat in their living room, all visibly uncomfortable. We compared notes on our lives, our jobs, our routines. The similarities were undeniable. Chris and I were both software developers with similar specializations. Mark and Tom both worked in creative fields requiring spatial visualization skills. We all moved to Portland around the same time, all found our apartments through similar circumstances. This has to mean something, Chris said after we'd exhausted our comparisons. Things like this don't just happen. Maybe it's quantum entanglement or something, Mark suggested, trying to sound scientific. Like somehow our lives got, I don't know, synced up across different probability waves? Tom shook his head. That's not how quantum physics works. This is something else. I wasn't sure what to think. Part of me wanted to dismiss it all as an extraordinary coincidence, but another part felt like we'd stumbled upon something profound, like we'd caught a glimpse behind the curtain of reality and seen the machinery operating our lives. We decided to conduct an experiment. The following Monday, we'd all leave work at exactly 6:30 p.m. and take our usual routes home. Mark and Chris would ride together, and Tom and I would do the same. We'd see if strangers still mistook us for each other. The weekend passed slowly. I couldn't stop thinking about the whole situation. I even had trouble sleeping, my dreams filled with images of bicycles and doppelgangers and endless city streets that somehow all led to the same intersection. Monday came. At exactly 6:30 p.m., I walked out of my building and got on my bike. Tom was waiting across the street as planned. We started riding our usual route side by side this time. Nothing unusual happened for the first part of the journey. But as we approached Maple and Pine, the same intersection where we'd first realized the mix-up, something strange occurred. A woman walking her dog did a double-take when she saw us. "Oh, hey, Mark," she called out, waving to Tom. Then she looked confused. "Oh, sorry, I thought you were someone else." A few minutes later, a guy on a scooter nodded at me. "Chris, what's up, man?" When I didn't respond, he looked embarrassed. "My bad, wrong person." By the time we reached the intersection, both Tom and I were thoroughly spooked. 3 more people had mistaken us for Mark and Chris, respectively. It wasn't just us mixing each other up. Other people were seeing it too. We stopped at the red light at Maple and Pine, the same spot where we'd first discovered the strangeness 3 days earlier. I texted Mark to see how their experiment was going. His response sent chills down my spine. "People keep thinking I'm Tom and that Chris is you. What the hell is going on?" The light turned green. As Tom and I started to pedal forward, I felt a strange sensation, like the air had suddenly become thick, or like I was moving through water instead of air. The sounds of the city seemed to dull, and for a split second, everything around me looked slightly transparent, as if the world was nothing but a projection. I glanced at Tom and saw him experiencing the same thing, his eyes wide with shock, his movements slowing down. And then everything snapped back to normal. The sounds returned, the world became solid again, and we were just two guys on bikes crossing an intersection. Except for one thing. Tom wasn't Tom anymore. He was Mark. I hit my brakes so hard I nearly went over the handlebars. "Mark," I gasped. He looked at me, confused. "Yeah? What's wrong? Why'd you stop?" You were Tom a second ago. We were doing the experiment, remember?" Mark's expression changed from confusion to concern. "James, what are you talking about? We left the office together 5 minutes ago. We've been riding side by side the whole time." I frantically pulled out my phone to show him the texts, the pictures, anything to prove what had happened. But there was nothing. No texts to Mark about meeting up, no pictures of Tom, nothing. But the intersection, Maple and Pine, Tom and Chris, the doppelgangers, don't you remember? Mark put his hand on my shoulder. "James, this is the first time we've ever taken this route. We usually go down Hawthorne, remember? We only came this way because you said you wanted to try a new coffee shop on Pine Street." I stood there, straddling my bike, feeling like the ground was about to open up beneath me. According to Mark, none of it had happened. There was no Tom, no Chris, no identical routines, no eerie similarities. We didn't even usually bike this route, but I remembered it all, every detail. The conversation at the red light, the visit to their apartment, the experiment we'd planned. It was all crystal clear in my mind. I've spent the last 3 weeks trying to make sense of what happened. I've gone back to the intersection of Maple and Pine dozens of times, hoping to catch another glimpse of Tom or Chris. I've searched social media for any trace of them. I've even asked around at the buildings where they supposedly worked. Nothing. No evidence they ever existed. And yet, every time I bike through that intersection, I feel it again. That brief thickness in the air, that momentary transparency of the world around me. And sometimes, just for a split second, I think I see them, Tom and Chris, biking together on the other side of the street, looking right at me before they disappear into the flow of traffic. I don't know if I experienced some kind of temporary psychosis, or if I briefly slipped into another reality, or if something even stranger happened at that intersection. All I know is that it felt real. It still feels real. And every time I see Mark hunched over his bike ahead of me, there's a moment, just a moment, where I'm not entirely sure it's really him until he turns around. I still don't know how to explain what happened to me last September. I've tried talking to my mom about it, but she just thinks I was stressed about changing schools. Maybe writing it down will help me make sense of it. Maybe someone else has experienced something similar. It started on my first day at Westbrook Academy. My mom got a new job in Glenridge over the summer, so we had to move right before I started 8th grade. I was already nervous about being the new kid, but what happened that day was so much worse than just new school jitters. Mom dropped me off that morning with this forced cheeriness like, "You're going to have a great day, honey." I remember standing in front of those big brick buildings feeling sick to my stomach. I had my schedule clutched in my sweaty hand, wearing this stupid new outfit Mom insisted would make a good impression. The weirdness started the moment I walked through the front doors. A teacher was standing in the hallway greeting students, and I literally stopped in my tracks. He looked exactly like Mr. Peterson from my old school, except his hair was a different color and he was maybe a little taller. When he smiled at me and said, "Welcome to Westbrook," I almost called him Mr. Peterson before catching myself. I figured it was just a weird coincidence. People can look alike, right? But then I got to homeroom. My homeroom teacher, Mrs. Lawson, introduced herself, and I swear I felt my blood go cold. She had the same exact face shape as my Aunt Tara, the same crooked smile, the same way of tilting her head when she asked a question. The only difference was her voice was higher pitched, and she wore glasses. I tried to shake it off, telling myself I was just looking for familiar things because I was nervous. But then it kept happening. Every single class. My English teacher had the same mannerisms as my old neighbor Mrs. Wilkins, the way she kept tucking her hair behind her ear and how she'd tap her pen against her desk when thinking. The science teacher looked like an older version of my cousin Jake, just with a beard. It wasn't just that they vaguely resembled these people. They had the exact same facial expressions, the same little habits and gestures. By lunchtime, I was seriously freaking out. I sat alone at a table in the corner, trying to process what was happening. Maybe I was having some kind of mental breakdown. I'd read about how stress can mess with your brain, but I didn't feel stressed in that way, just increasingly creeped out. Then this girl named Amber sat down across from me and introduced herself. I almost screamed. She was identical to my best friend from my old school, Emily, except her hair was longer and she had braces. She even had the same little dimple in her right cheek when she smiled. "You're Lily, right? The new girl?" she asked, and her voice even sounded like Emily's. I managed to nod and mumble something back. I don't even remember what I said. I was so shaken up. "You look like you've seen a ghost," she laughed. If only she knew. After lunch came PE, and that's when things got even more bizarre. Our PE teacher, Mr. Garrison, walked in, and I felt like I was looking at some weird hybrid of my grandfather and my stepfather. He had my grandfather's nose and eyes, but my stepdad's build and the way he walked. He even had my stepdad's habit of clapping his hands together before giving instructions. By the time history class rolled around, I was prepared for more weirdness, but what I wasn't prepared for was walking in and seeing my biological father standing at the front of the room. I mean, it wasn't actually him. This man introduced himself as Mr. Brooks. But the resemblance was so uncanny, I almost walked right back out of the classroom. My real dad left when I was 4, but I have pictures, and this teacher had his exact same eyes and smile. He even had the same way of leaning against his desk with his arms crossed. I barely heard a word of that history lesson. I just sat there staring at him, wondering if I was losing my mind. The final class of the day was Spanish with Senora Vega. The moment she started speaking, I felt sick to my stomach. She looked exactly like my grandmother who passed away 2 years ago, just maybe 20 years younger. She had the same faint accent, the same way of gesturing with her hands when she spoke, even the same habit of touching her necklace when thinking about how to explain something. I spent that entire class fighting back tears. Seeing someone who looked so much like my grandma brought back all this grief I thought I'd processed. But it was more than grief. It was this deep, unsettling feeling that something was fundamentally wrong with the world around me. When the final bell rang, I practically ran out of the building. I was desperate to get home, to get away from all these familiar but not familiar faces. On my way out, I passed 2 girls talking by their lockers, and one of them was a perfect match for my former neighbor's daughter, down to the way she laughed with her head thrown back. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept trying to rationalize what I'd seen. Maybe it was just my brain trying to find familiar patterns in a new place. That's what all the websites said when I desperately Googled seeing familiar faces in strangers. But this felt different. This wasn't just thinking someone looked vaguely like someone else. These people had the exact same facial expressions, the same unique mannerisms. The next morning, I begged my mom to let me stay home. I made up some excuse about a stomachache, which wasn't even a lie because I felt physically ill thinking about going back to that school. But Mom wasn't having it. She thought I was just trying to avoid the awkwardness of being new. "Honey, the first day is always the hardest," she said, handing me my backpack. "It'll get easier, I promise." But it didn't get easier. It got weirder. That second day, I started noticing even more similarities. The lunch lady had my old babysitter's exact same laugh. The librarian moved her hands exactly like my mom's friend Susan when she talked. One of the boys in my math class had the same unusual walk as my childhood friend Tyler. It was like someone had taken all the people from my past, slightly altered their appearances, and scattered them throughout this new school. During study hall, I tried to focus on my homework, but I kept getting distracted by this nagging feeling that I'd somehow slipped into some alternate reality. I know how crazy that sounds, but what other explanation was there? I'd moved to a town over 200 miles away from where we used to live. The statistical probability of encountering this many doppelgangers in one place seemed impossible. By the time Spanish class came around again, I'd worked up the courage to test my theory. When Senora Vega called on me to answer a question, I deliberately used a phrase my grandma used to say all the time in Spanish. It was something slightly incorrect that my grandma always said because she learned Spanish informally. Senora Vega smiled and corrected me in exactly the same way my grandma would have, with the same gentle tone and the same specific wording. My hands started shaking so badly I had to sit on them. After school, I decided to walk home instead of taking the bus, needing time to think. That's when I ran into the school counselor, Mrs. Bennett, who was leaving for the day. She stopped to introduce herself, saying she always tries to meet new students. The moment she spoke, I recognized her voice as identical to my pediatrician's from back home. Same speech pattern, same slight southern accent. "You look troubled, Lily," she said. "Is everything all right?" I almost told her everything right then and there, but what would I say? Everyone at this school looks like someone I used to know, and it's freaking me out. She'd think I was crazy. Instead, I just mumbled something about still adjusting to the move. She gave me this look, a look my pediatrician used to give me when she knew I wasn't telling the whole truth about how much soda I was drinking. Then she said, "Well, my door is always open if you need to talk." By the time I got home, I was convinced something supernatural was happening. I locked myself in my room and started making a list of every person I'd encountered at Westbrook and who they resembled from my past. The list quickly filled 2 pages of my notebook. That night at dinner, Mom noticed something was off. "How was school today?" she asked, trying to sound casual but watching me closely. I pushed my food around my plate. "Fine. Have you made any friends yet?" I thought about Amber, the Emily look-alike who'd been nice to me. "Kind of. See, I told you it would get better." I wanted to tell her. I wanted to explain the impossible thing that was happening to me. But I knew how it would sound. So instead, I just nodded and excused myself from the table early. Back in my room, I fell into a rabbit hole of internet research. I read about déjà vu, the Capgras delusion, simulation theory, glitches in the matrix, and parallel universes. Nothing quite fit what I was experiencing. I finally fell asleep around 2 a.m., my laptop still open beside me. I had weird dreams where all the faces kept morphing into each other. My grandma becoming Senora Vega, becoming my dad, becoming Mr. Brooks. The third day at Westbrook was the worst. It wasn't just that I kept seeing these familiar faces. It was that they all seemed to be watching me. Throughout the day, I caught teachers and students staring at me when they thought I wasn't looking. In the hallway between classes, conversations would stop when I walked by, only to resume in whispers after I passed. In history class, Mr. Brooks, my dad's doppelganger, called on me even though I hadn't raised my hand. "Lily," he said, "why don't you tell us about the significance of the Louisiana Purchase?" The way he said my name, it was exactly how my dad used to say it in the few memories I have of him. I felt like I was going to throw up right there in class. I don't know," I stammered. He gave me this look that seemed to say he knew I was on to something. "Well, perhaps you should pay more attention instead of staring at me like you've seen a ghost." The class laughed, but there was something off about their laughter. It sounded rehearsed, like bad actors in a school play. After that class, I went to the bathroom and locked myself in a stall, trying to calm down. That's when I heard two girls come in. "The new girl is so weird," one of them said. "She keeps staring at everyone." "I know," said the other. "Mrs. Lawson says she thinks something's wrong with her." "Do you think she knows?" "How could she? Nobody ever figures it out." Their voices dropped too low for me to hear the rest. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. What did they mean? Nobody ever figures it out. Figures what out? When they left, I splashed cold water on my face and stared at myself in the mirror. At least I still looked like me. But even as I had that thought, I noticed something strange about my reflection. My eyes, they looked different somehow. More like my mom's than they ever had before. I backed away from the mirror, bumping into the paper towel dispenser. By the time the final bell rang, I was in full panic mode. I couldn't go back to that school. I couldn't face those familiar but wrong faces for another day. Whatever was happening, hallucination, parallel universe, some kind of elaborate prank, I needed to get away from it. I called my mom from the school bathroom, crying so hard she could barely understand me. All I managed to get out was, "Please come get me." She arrived 20 minutes later, finding me huddled outside the front office. Her face was tight with worry as she signed me out. "What happened? Are you sick? Did someone hurt you?" I couldn't answer. Not there, not with the secretary, who looked exactly like my former piano teacher, watching us with that same knowing look I'd been seeing all day. In the car, Mom kept asking what was wrong, but I just stared out the window, watching Westbrook Academy disappear behind us. I noticed for the first time that even the school building itself resembled my old elementary school, just with different colored bricks. When we got home, I finally broke down and told her everything. I showed her my list, explained all the impossible similarities I'd been seeing, told her about the girls in the bathroom. She listened without interrupting, her expression growing more concerned with each word. When I finished, she sighed and put her arm around me. "Lily, honey, I think you might be experiencing some anxiety about the move. It's normal to look for familiar things in a new environment. Your brain is just trying to make connections to help you feel safe." "No, Mom, you don't understand. This isn't just, oh, that person kind of reminds me of someone. They have the exact same mannerisms, the same expressions, the same way of speaking." She brushed my hair back from my face. "Maybe we should talk to someone about this. A therapist might help you work through these feelings." "I'm not making this up." I was crying again, frustrated that she didn't believe me. "I didn't say you were, sweetie, but sometimes our minds can play tricks on us when we're under stress." That night, I heard Mom on the phone, probably talking to her sister. I caught phrases like having a hard time adjusting and might need to see someone. She thought I was losing it. Maybe I was. The next morning, Mom let me stay home from school. She called in sick to work so she could stay with me. I spent most of the day in bed, exhausted from the emotional toll of the past few days. Mom brought me soup and sat with me for a while, asking gentle questions about how I'd been feeling lately, if I'd been sleeping okay before the move, if anything else had been bothering me. I knew what she was doing, looking for signs that this was part of some bigger mental health issue. But I was too tired to argue. That afternoon, while Mom was in the kitchen, I got a text from an unknown number. "We know you see us. Don't tell anyone else." I dropped my phone like it had burned me. After a few seconds, I picked it up again, hands shaking, to show Mom. But the message was gone. Not just closed, completely gone from my message history, as if it had never existed. That was a week ago. Mom made me go back to school the next day. I've been trying to act normal, to not stare at anyone too long, to pretend I don't notice how the cashier in the cafeteria has my cousin's exact same birthmark in the exact same spot on her neck, or how the janitor whistles the same obscure tune my uncle always whistles when he's working. I don't know what's happening at Westbrook Academy. I don't know if I'm losing my mind or if I've stumbled into something impossible. All I know is that everyone at this school is a slightly altered version of someone from my past, and somehow they know that I've noticed. Sometimes I catch them watching me, communicating with each other with subtle nods when they think I'm not looking. Sometimes I hear whispered fragments of conversations that stop when I get too close. I tried to take pictures to document the similarities, but they all come out strangely blurred, as if the camera can't quite focus on their faces. I don't know what to do. I can't tell Mom again. She's already worried enough about my adjustment issues. I can't tell anyone at school for obvious reasons. So I'm writing this down, putting it out there in case someone else has experienced something similar. In case someone else knows what it means when an entire school of people seems to be recycled from your past. In case anyone knows what happens next. Because I can feel it building towards something. The looks are getting more obvious. The whispers are getting louder. And yesterday, Mr. Brooks, the teacher who looks like my dad, put his hand on my shoulder after class and said, "It's almost time, Lily." Time for what? I don't know, but I'm scared to find out. I've always considered myself a pretty rational person. I'm not the type to jump at shadows or get freaked out by the normal creaks and groans houses make at night. I'm a single mom with 2 daughters, and between working full-time and raising the girls, I don't usually have time to get caught up in irrational fears. That changed about 3 months ago. I still get goosebumps thinking about it. Even now, typing this out on my laptop while occasionally glancing down the hallway of our apartment, I feel that familiar tightness in my chest. I need to share this because it's eating me up inside, and maybe someone else has experienced something similar. It was a Wednesday evening in April. Nothing special about the day. I remember it was unseasonably warm, and the windows in our loft apartment were cracked open to let in some fresh air. We live in the Pinewood apartment complex, a decent place, not fancy, but clean and well-maintained. We've been here about 2 years, ever since I got divorced and needed to downsize. My oldest, Lily, is 13 and has been a huge help with her little sister since the divorce. And then there's Emma, my 2-year-old tornado of energy, who keeps me on my toes constantly. At least, that's how she usually is. That particular evening, Emma had worn herself out at the park earlier and fell asleep for a late afternoon nap around 4:30. I was in the kitchen area of our open-concept living space, chopping vegetables for dinner. Lily was at the dining table working on homework, some science project she'd been stressing about. The sun was starting to set, casting that golden light through our west-facing windows. It was peaceful, normal. I remember I was slicing bell peppers when I caught movement from the corner of my eye. I looked up and saw Emma walking down the hallway, away from me. She was moving with that slightly unsteady toddler walk, one hand trailing along the wall for balance. I didn't think anything of it at first. She must have woken up from her nap. I noticed she was wearing her teal-blue sleeper with the popsicle print on it. I remember thinking it was weird because I was pretty sure I'd put her down for her nap in a pink outfit. But kids' clothes kind of blur together after a while, and I figured I was just misremembering. "Looks like someone's up from her nap," I called out casually to Lily, as I watched Emma toddle down the hall toward Lily's bedroom. Lily looked up from her homework, confused. "What?" "Emma," I said, nodding toward the hallway. "She just went into your room." Lily put down her pencil with an annoyed sigh. "I hope she doesn't mess with my project materials." She pushed back from the table and headed down the hall. I went back to chopping vegetables, thinking nothing of it. Just another moment in our everyday routine. About 20 seconds later, Lily came back into the kitchen area. "She's not in my room, Mom." "What do you mean? I just saw her go in there," I said, putting down my knife. "She must be hiding." Lily shook her head. "I looked everywhere. Under the bed, in the closet, she's not there." That's when the first chill ran down my spine. "She has to be. I literally just watched her walk down the hall and into your room." Lily and I stared at each other for a moment. Then we both moved at the same time, heading down the hallway. I checked the bathroom as we passed it. Empty. Lily's room was exactly as she'd said. No sign of Emma. The closet door was open, showing no toddler hiding among the clothes. "Maybe she went into your room," Lily suggested, but there was uncertainty in her voice. We turned and headed to my bedroom. Empty. That left only one room, Emma's bedroom at the end of the hall. My heart was starting to race by this point. I'd seen her. I know what I saw. My baby girl walking down the hallway in her teal sleeper with the popsicles on it. I'd seen her clear as day. When we reached Emma's room, I pushed the door open slowly. The nightlight cast a soft glow across the room, and there in her crib was Emma, sound asleep, exactly where I'd left her an hour before, wearing pink pajamas, not teal. My blood went cold. I felt like I couldn't breathe. "Mom," Lily whispered, her voice shaking slightly. "What's going on?" I didn't answer. I couldn't. I walked over to the crib and gently touched Emma's arm. She was real, solid, warm. She stirred slightly at my touch but didn't wake up. The blanket had been kicked off so I could clearly see her entire outfit. A pink onesie with little hearts. Not a teal sleeper with popsicles. Yet I had seen her walking down the hallway not even 2 minutes earlier. "Mom, you're scaring me," Lily said, her voice barely audible. She was standing in the doorway, arms wrapped around herself. I forced myself to take a deep breath. "It's okay," I said, not believing it myself. "I must have, I don't know, had some kind of weird daydream or something." But it wasn't a daydream. I knew what I'd seen. The image was still crystal clear in my mind. Emma walking down the hallway, her hand trailing along the wall, the teal sleeper with the popsicles, and now that I thought about it more, there had been something off about it. The colors had been slightly faded, like I was watching her through a soft focus filter. And she'd been completely silent. No patter of little feet, no babbling or humming like Emma usually does when she's awake. I closed Emma's door quietly, and Lily and I walked back to the kitchen in silence. My hands were shaking as I picked up the knife to continue chopping vegetables. "Mom," Lily said after a moment, "this is going to sound weird, but a couple weeks ago when you were working late and Mrs. Patel from next door was watching Emma until you got home, I came home from study group early." I looked up at her, waiting. I heard Emma laughing in the living room. "You know that little giggle she does when she's really happy?" I called out, thinking maybe Mrs. Patel had brought her back early or something. But when I came in, the apartment was empty. I even checked if maybe the TV was on, thinking I'd heard that, but it wasn't. And then I got your text that you were still at work, and Emma was still at Mrs. Patel's. My skin prickled with goosebumps. "Why didn't you tell me about this?" Lily shrugged, looking embarrassed. "I figured I was just tired and hearing things, or maybe it was someone else's kid in the hallway outside. I didn't want you to think I was being stupid." We sat in silence for a few minutes, both of us trying to process what was happening. "What did it look like?" Lily finally asked. "When you saw her?" I described exactly what I'd seen. The teal sleeper, the way she'd moved, the slightly faded quality to her appearance. "Did she look at you?" Lily asked. I hadn't thought about that detail until she asked, but now the memory came back with disturbing clarity. "Yes," I said slowly, "just before she turned into your room. She looked back at me and—" I swallowed hard. She smiled. Lily and I barely spoke during dinner. Emma woke up about 20 minutes later, genuinely this time, full of energy after her long nap. She was her normal self, chattering, making a mess with her food, laughing at nothing in particular the way toddlers do. It was almost surreal watching her, knowing what I'd seen earlier. After Emma was in bed for the night, Lily and I sat on the couch together, the TV on, but neither of us really watching it. "Do you think our apartment is haunted?" Lily finally asked, her voice small. I didn't know what to think. I'd never believed in ghosts or anything supernatural, but I couldn't explain what I'd seen. "I don't know," I admitted, "but whatever it was, it looked exactly like Emma." "Like a doppelganger," Lily said. She'd been reading a lot of those creepy internet stories lately. I'd told her they'd give her nightmares, but she insisted she wasn't scared by them. I bet she was regretting that interest now. "Let's not jump to conclusions," I said, trying to sound more rational than I felt. "There could be a logical explanation. But what logical explanation could there be for seeing your toddler in one outfit when she's actually asleep in her crib wearing something completely different?" That night, I barely slept. I kept getting up to check on Emma, half expecting to see her wandering the hallway again, but she slept peacefully through the night. The next day, I found myself researching the history of the Pinewood Apartments online during my lunch break at work. Nothing came up about any tragedies involving children. The building was only about 15 years old, so it didn't have much history to speak of. I thought about asking our neighbors if they'd experienced anything strange, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. What would I even say? "Hey, have you seen a ghost that looks exactly like my 2-year-old wandering around?" They'd think I was crazy. For the next few days, everything was normal. No sightings, no strange noises. I was starting to think maybe I had just been overtired and imagined the whole thing. And then it happened again. It was Sunday afternoon. Lily was at a friend's house working on their science project. Emma was napping in her room. I was sitting on the couch folding laundry and half watching a baking show on TV. Movement caught my eye. I looked up, and there she was again. Emma, or whatever looked like Emma, standing at the entrance to the hallway, watching me. She was wearing the teal sleeper with popsicles again. The same slightly faded quality to her appearance, the the same silent presence. My heart nearly stopped. I dropped the shirt I was folding. "Emma?" I whispered, even though I knew my real daughter was asleep in her room. The Emma thing smiled. It wasn't Emma's usual toothy grin. This smile was knowing, like it understood what was happening and was enjoying my fear. I stood up slowly, not taking my eyes off it. "What are you?" I asked, my voice shaking. It tilted its head slightly, the smile never wavering. Then it turned and walked back down the hallway. I followed, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. When I reached the hallway, it was gone. With trembling hands, I pushed open Emma's door. My real daughter was still fast asleep in her crib, wearing a yellow outfit with ducks on it. I sank down onto the floor next to her crib, trying not to hyperventilate. This was real. This was happening. There was something in our apartment that looked exactly like my daughter. When Lily got home later that afternoon, I told her what had happened. She went pale, but she tried to be brave for my sake. "Maybe we should sage the apartment," she suggested. "I read online that it can cleanse negative energies." I was willing to try anything at that point. We went to a new age shop in the mall, and the woman there sold us a bundle of sage and gave us instructions on how to use it. We spent that evening walking through every room of our apartment, waving the smoking sage around and telling any spirits to leave. Emma thought it was hilarious, toddling after us and trying to grab at the smoke. If the situation hadn't been so terrifying, it might have been cute. The sage didn't help. Over the next 2 weeks, the sightings continued. Sometimes it was just a glimpse, the Emma thing peering around a corner before disappearing. Sometimes it was more direct, like when it stood at the foot of my bed one night, watching me with that same unnerving smile until I screamed and it vanished. Lily heard it giggling several more times when Emma wasn't around. Once, she even saw it herself, sitting on the couch when she came home from school, wearing that same teal sleeper. It vanished when she blinked. We stopped telling each other every time we saw it. It was too much, too overwhelming. But I could tell when Lily had seen something by the look on her face, the way she'd go quiet and stay close to me for the rest of the evening. I considered moving, but breaking our lease would be expensive, and finding a new apartment we could afford wouldn't be easy. Plus, there was a horrifying thought at the back of my mind. What if it followed us? Then last week, something changed. The Emma thing became more bold. I was in the kitchen again, making lunch. Real Emma was in her high chair, happily smashing banana pieces. Lily was at summer camp for the day. I turned to grab a napkin, and there it was. The Emma thing was standing right beside the high chair, looking up at my real daughter. They were face to face, mirror images except for their clothing and that strange faded quality the doppelganger had. Real Emma didn't seem to notice it. She kept playing with her banana, babbling to herself. I froze, terrified to move or speak. What was it doing? What did it want with my daughter? The Emma thing reached out a small hand toward real Emma. I finally found my voice and screamed, "No!" It turned to look at me, that same knowing smile on its face. Then it vanished. Emma started crying, startled by my scream. I rushed to her, scooping her up from the high chair and holding her tight, banana-covered hands and all. That was the last time I saw it, but I know it's still here. Sometimes at night, I hear soft footsteps in the hallway when both girls are accounted for. Sometimes toys move from where we left them. And sometimes I swear I catch a whiff of something sweet, like popsicles, when there are none in the house. I don't know what this thing is or what it wants. I don't know why it chose to mimic my daughter. All I know is that we're not alone in this apartment, and whatever is with us knows exactly how to terrify me to my core. I've started looking for a new place, despite the financial strain it will cause. I don't care anymore. I need to get my daughters out of here. Because the worst part is, I don't think it's just mimicking Emma anymore. 2 days ago, Lily came to breakfast wearing a t-shirt I didn't recognize. When I asked her about it, she looked confused and said she'd had it for months, that I had bought it for her. I know I didn't, but I smiled and nodded like I remembered. I'm scared to look too closely at either of my daughters now. I'm terrified of what I might see, or what I might not see. Has anyone else experienced anything like this? Please, if you have any advice, I'm desperate. I don't know how much longer I can pretend everything is normal. I still can't shake what happened yesterday. It's been less than 24 hours, and I've barely slept trying to make sense of it all. This is the second time this has happened to me, and I'm honestly starting to question my own sanity. So I work at Melody's Diner just outside Indianapolis, your typical small-town place with the same regulars every day. I've been there about 3 years now, nothing exciting. Yesterday started like any other Thursday shift. Morning rush was over, and I was refilling ketchup bottles during the lull before lunch. The bell above the door jingled, and I glanced up to see a group of 5 people walk in, immediately recognizable as deadheads. You know the type. Tie-dye shirts, long hair, relaxed vibe. Nothing unusual, really. We get all kinds at the diner, especially being near that highway junction. They took the corner booth, laughing among themselves. I grabbed some menus and headed over, and that's when it happened. The moment they saw me, they all just stopped, like someone had hit pause. Then this older guy with a gray ponytail broke into the biggest smile. Holy shit, Sunflower, is that really you? Sunflower. That nickname hit me like a punch to the gut. The woman next to him was practically bouncing in her seat. Oh my God, we were just talking about you the other day. Albuquerque show 2018. Remember? You were telling everyone about following that crazy light into the desert. My hands were suddenly clammy, gripping those laminated menus too tight. I must have looked like I'd seen a ghost, because the younger guy with dreadlocks said, "You okay? You look like you don't remember us." I mumbled something about taking their order, trying to act normal while my mind was racing, because this has happened before. 15 years ago. Exactly like this. I was 19 then, working at a burger palace in Chicago, my first real job. 3 deadheads came in, called me Sunflower, talked about seeing me wander into the New Mexico desert. I brushed it off as a weird mistake back then, just some stoned fans confusing me with someone else. But now, same nickname, a nickname I've never used, ever. My name is Jasmine Riley. I've never gone by Sunflower. I've never been to a Grateful Dead show or followed the band. And I've definitely never been to New Mexico. I somehow made it through taking their order, but my hands were shaking so bad I kept hitting the wrong buttons on the register. They kept trying to reminisce with me, asking if I was still chasing the lights, and if I ever found what I was looking for out there. I played along a little, hoping they'd say something that would explain this bizarre coincidence, but they just talked like we were old friends, dropping names of people I've never met and places I've never been. The older guy, who said his name was Ray, seemed to pick up on my discomfort. He studied my face for a minute and said, "You really don't remember, do you? Man, that desert night must have really messed with your head." I took a risk and asked him, "When exactly did you see me in New Mexico?" 2018 Albuquerque show, he said so confidently. "You were camped near us for like 3 days. You kept talking about these lights you saw out in the desert. Then that last night you just wandered off. Some people said they saw you following something into the sand dunes, but nobody could find you after. We figured you just caught a ride to the next show. 2018, 5 years ago. I was working at a call center in Indianapolis then. I've never left Indiana except for the years I lived in Chicago. I don't even drive. Never got my license. There's no way I could have been in New Mexico. When I brought their food, the woman, Stardust she called herself, pulled out her phone. I think I still have a picture of you from that weekend. My heart nearly stopped. She scrolled through her photos, frowning. Can't find it now. But I swear we have one with you painting everyone's faces before the show. I've never painted anyone's face in my life. Throughout their meal, they kept bringing up specific memories, saying I made these amazing friendship bracelets, that I knew all these obscure dead lyrics, that I had this theory about sacred geometry in their music. None of it sounds anything like me. I'm not into any of that stuff. What freaks me out the most is how certain they were. These weren't just confused people making a random mistake. They recognized me instantly, used a specific nickname, and had detailed memories of interactions with someone they genuinely believed was me. After they left, leaving a generous tip and a hastily scribbled phone number with "Call us when you're ready to talk about what happened out there," I had to take a break. I locked myself in the bathroom and just stared at my reflection. Same brown eyes, same round face, same faint scar on my chin from falling off my bike when I was 11. Just regular Jasmine Riley, not some desert wandering deadhead named Sunflower. My manager Doris noticed something was wrong and let me take my break early. I sat in my car trying to calm down, trying to rationalize this. The obvious explanation is I have a doppelganger who happens to follow the dead and uses the name Sunflower. But what are the chances I'd randomly run into people who know my look-alike twice, 15 years apart, with the exact same story about New Mexico? The detail about me wandering into the desert is what really gets to me. Both groups, 15 years apart, mentioned it specifically, like it's this defining moment in my story. But I'm terrified of deserts. I hate the heat, the emptiness. The thought of wandering alone into one gives me anxiety. When I got home yesterday, I dug through my old journal from when the first incident happened in Chicago. I wrote about it then, thought it was just a weird, random thing. Reading it now, the details match perfectly with yesterday. The nickname, the New Mexico desert, the certainty these strangers had that they knew me. I spent hours last night researching doppelgangers, coincidences, even weird stuff like quantum physics and parallel universes. Nothing makes sense. I don't have any gaps in my memory. I know where I've been every year of my life. I have photos, job records, friends who've known me for years. But then I stumbled across this theory about time not being linear, about how past, present, and future might all exist simultaneously. Is it possible there's a version of me, a future me, who somehow does become this person? Will I someday change my name to Sunflower, start following the dead, and wander into the New Mexico desert following mysterious lights? I've never believed in any supernatural stuff, but this is shaking me to my core. How can two different groups of people, years apart, have the exact same mistaken memory of me? The statistical probability seems impossible. What's even more disturbing, if there is another me out there, what happened to her in that desert? Both groups seem to imply something significant occurred, something that changed me. They talked about it like it was this known event among their community, Sunflower's Desert Night. I called in sick today. I couldn't face going back to the diner, afraid those deadheads might return or worse, afraid more strangers might recognize me as someone I've never been. I haven't even told anyone about this yet. How do you explain something like this without sounding completely crazy? I keep checking my face in the mirror, half expecting to see someone else looking back. I've never felt so unsettled in my own skin. Am I losing my mind? Is this all just some elaborate coincidence? The phone number they left is sitting on my counter. I keep picking it up, putting it down. If I call, what will I even say? Hi, I'm not who you think I am, but I'd like to know more about this other me who apparently shares my exact face. This morning I found myself Googling New Mexico desert and staring at images of sand dunes and distant mesas. Something about those empty landscapes stirred a feeling I can't explain. Not familiarity, exactly, but something else, like looking at a place you've seen in a dream. I've always been practical, predictable, Jasmine. I work, I pay my bills, I watch Netflix, I visit my mom on Sundays. The wildest thing I've ever done was get an unplanned haircut. I've never felt drawn to any kind of nomadic lifestyle or cosmic mysteries. I've never even been to a concert bigger than what our local venue hosts. But what if there's another version of my life I haven't lived yet? What if time isn't what we think it is? Or what if I'm just the subject of the weirdest, most specific case of mistaken identity in history? I don't know which possibility scares me more, that there's a perfect duplicate of me out there living a completely different life, or that someday I'll become someone I currently can't recognize as myself. The strangest part of all this? Part of me feels drawn to find out, like there's a mystery about myself I need to solve. I've never been to New Mexico, but now I can't stop thinking about it, about what might be waiting for me in that desert. I've got the TV on loud just to have some background noise while I type this. Being alone with my thoughts right now is too much. Every time my phone buzzes, I jump, half expecting it to be more strangers who remember me from a life I haven't lived. I keep asking myself, if I someday do become this sunflower person, following the dead and wandering into deserts, what happens between now and then to transform me so completely? What changes? And those lights they mentioned, what were they? Why would I follow them? It's getting dark outside now. I've been writing this all day, trying to get it all down while it's fresh, hoping someone out there might have answers. I've checked all my IDs, birth certificates, social media. Everything confirms I am who I've always thought I was. No mysterious gaps in my timeline, no evidence of another life. Yet those deadheads were so sure, so absolutely certain they knew me. I'm sitting here looking at that phone number, wondering if I should call, wondering if I'm brave enough to dig deeper into this mystery, or if some things are better left unknown. Maybe I'll dream of the desert tonight. Maybe I'll finally understand what's happening to me. Or maybe I'll wake up tomorrow and convince myself this was all just a bizarre coincidence, go back to work and pretend none of this ever happened. But deep down, I know this isn't over. Something's happening that I can't explain. And whatever it is, it seems to be connected to a future or an alternate present, where I'm walking into the New Mexico desert, following lights only I can see, becoming someone I don't recognize. What scares me most isn't the desert itself, or even the mystery of my possible doppelganger. It's the feeling that's been growing inside me since yesterday. This strange new curiosity about what might be waiting for me out there in those dunes. This pull towards something I've never wanted before, like something's calling me home, and I've never even been there. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened last month. I've been debating whether to share this for weeks now, but I can't get it out of my head, and I need to know if anyone else has experienced something similar. I'm a pretty normal 26-year-old woman living in Oak Ridge. Nothing weird or supernatural has ever happened to me before. I'm not the type who sees ghosts or believes in parallel universes or anything like that. At least I wasn't until recently. It was a Friday night, and I had gone bowling with my cousin Jake at Starlight Bowling Alley. It's this retro place with neon signs and an old-school arcade in the back. We go there sometimes when we're bored and want to do something other than sit around watching Netflix. Jake had been going through a rough patch after breaking up with his girlfriend, so I suggested we hang out to get his mind off things. The evening was totally normal. We played 3 games. Jake won 2 of them, which he won't let me forget. Had some of those gross but somehow delicious nachos with the fake cheese, and I drank exactly 1 beer because I was driving. We stayed until around 10:30 p.m. and then headed out to the parking lot. The parking lot at Starlight isn't great. It's poorly lit with just a couple of flickering lights near the entrance, and the pavement is cracked with weeds growing through. Jake and I were walking to my car, which was parked near the back because the place had been packed when we arrived. We were talking about where Jake might want to go for his birthday next month when I heard someone call my name. Sarah! Hey, Sarah! I turned around automatically. 2 guys about my age were walking from the bowling alley entrance. One of them was waving and looking right at me like he knew me. He had dark brown hair, wearing jeans and a gray hoodie. The other guy was taller with a baseball cap. They seemed completely normal, just 2 guys who'd been bowling on a Friday night. Jake looked at me with raised eyebrows. "Friend of yours?" he asked. "I don't think so," I replied, confused. I squinted, trying to place the guy's face, wondering if he was someone from work or maybe an old classmate, but I didn't recognize him at all. The 2 guys walked over to us. The one who had called my name had this big smile on his face, like he was genuinely happy to see me. That's what made it especially weird. It wasn't like he was mistaking me for someone else. He seemed absolutely certain I was who he thought I was. "Hey," he said as they reached us. "Didn't expect to run into you here." I smiled awkwardly, that uncomfortable smile you give when you have no idea who someone is, but they clearly know you. "I'm sorry, but do I know you?" I asked. His face changed immediately. He looked offended, maybe even a little hurt. "Very funny," he said, then waited a beat. When I didn't laugh or respond, his expression shifted to confusion. "It's Mike? From last week? I helped you put that big suitcase in your car at the Target parking lot in Pineville. You were struggling with it, and I offered to help?" My stomach did this weird flip. I hadn't been to Target in Pineville for at least 3 months, and I definitely hadn't been struggling with a suitcase in any parking lot recently. Plus, I had no recollection of ever meeting this guy. "I'm sorry," I said, "but that wasn't me. I haven't been to Pineville Target recently." Mike frowned, then looked at his friend, who shrugged. "You're Sarah, right?" he asked, sounding less certain now. That sent a chill down my spine. How did he know my name if we'd never met? "Yes, I'm Sarah," I confirmed cautiously. "Sarah Collins." His eyes widened. "That's crazy. You're Sarah Collins?" I nodded, and my cousin Jake stepped slightly closer to me, probably sensing my discomfort. Mike shook his head in disbelief. "This is wild. You look exactly like her. Same name, too. The Sarah I met last week is also Sarah Collins. She lives in Pineville." I felt the hairs on my arms stand up. Pineville is only about 20 minutes from Oak Ridge. It's where my aunt lives. and I go there sometimes to shop or eat at this Thai place I like. But I don't know anyone there who looks like me, and I certainly don't have a twin or a doppelganger that I know of. Are you sure? I asked, my voice coming out shakier than I intended. Maybe it was just someone who looks similar? Mike pulled out his phone. No way, you're identical. Let me see if I still have her number. We exchanged numbers because she said she might need help moving some furniture later. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. Jake gave me a look that said, "This is weird as hell," and muttered, "Should we go?" But I couldn't move. I had to know more. Was this some elaborate prank? Did I have a secret twin my parents never told me about? Or was this something even stranger? Mike scrolled through his phone, then frowned. That's weird. I can't find it. I swear I saved it. Rob, you remember her, right? He asked his friend. The taller guy nodded. Yeah, at Target, she had that big blue suitcase. He looked me up and down. Honestly, if you didn't just say it wasn't you, I would have bet money it was. You even sound the same. I felt sick to my stomach. The parking lot suddenly seemed darker, the few cars left besides mine taking on ominous shadows. What were the odds that someone with my exact name, who apparently looked identical to me, was living 20 minutes away? And what were the odds of running into someone who'd met her? When exactly was this? I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. Last Thursday, Mike said. Around 6 p.m. She was wearing a green jacket, and her hair was up in a ponytail. She said she'd just bought the suitcase for a trip to Chicago to visit her mom. That detail made me freeze completely. My mom lives in Chicago. I had been planning to visit her next month, though I hadn't bought a suitcase for it. But still, what are the chances? This is really freaking me out, I admitted. I don't have a sister or a twin, and I've never met either of you before. Mike looked genuinely puzzled. Well, somebody who looks exactly like you, with the same name, is walking around Pineville. She seemed really nice, by the way. This is getting too weird, Jake interrupted. Sarah, we should go. I nodded, suddenly wanting very much to be in my car with the doors locked. Yeah, I think we're going to head out. Thanks for, telling me, I guess. As we turned to leave, Mike called after me. Hey, if you ever figure it out, let me know. My number is... No, that's okay, I interrupted, walking faster now. Have a good night. Jake and I practically ran to my car. Once inside, I locked the doors and just sat there, my hands shaking too much to put the key in the ignition. What the actual hell was that? Jake asked. I have no idea, I whispered, but it feels really wrong. Could it be identity theft? Someone pretending to be you? I shook my head. Why would anyone do that just to get help with a suitcase? And how would they look exactly like me? The drive home was tense. Jake kept saying it was probably just a weird coincidence, that the girl probably just resembled me and had the same name. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something much stranger was happening. When I got home to my apartment, I couldn't sleep. I sat up until 3 a.m. Googling things like doppelganger, identical strangers, and even glitch in the matrix. I found stories of people running into their doubles, theories about parallel universes, and scientific explanations about how there are only so many possible combinations of human features, making lookalikes inevitable. But none of it explained why this person had my exact name and was apparently connected to Chicago just like me. The next morning, I did something I'm not proud of. I drove to Pineville and sat in the Target parking lot for 3 hours, watching people come and go. I don't know what I expected, to see myself walking across the pavement, for my doppelganger to conveniently show up while I was there? Of course, nothing happened, and I left feeling both relieved and disappointed. Over the next few days, I became obsessed. I searched social media for other Sarah Collinses in the area. I found 6, but none that looked anything like me. I drove through Pineville multiple times, scanning faces in coffee shops and grocery stores. I even asked my mom if she knew of any relatives in the area who might have named their daughter after me, or if I had a long-lost twin she'd neglected to mention. She laughed and told me I'd been watching too many movies. A week after the bowling alley incident, I was at work. I'm an office administrator at a dental practice, checking in a patient when the receptionist called out to me. "Sarah, someone dropped this off for you," she said, holding out a small white envelope. I froze. We don't get personal mail at work. The only people who know I work there are friends and family. I took the envelope with shaking hands. My name was written on the front in handwriting I didn't recognize. Inside was a note card with just 3 words. "Stop looking, please." No signature, nothing else. I dropped the card like it had burned me. The receptionist asked if I was okay, and I mumbled something about needing air. I ran to the bathroom and locked myself in a stall, my heart pounding so hard I thought I might pass out. Someone knew I was looking, someone knew where I worked, and they wanted me to stop. I called in sick the next day and stayed home, jumping at every sound. I kept the blinds closed and checked the locks on my doors and windows repeatedly. I told Jake what had happened, and he came over with pizza, trying to convince me that I was overreacting, that it was probably just a prank. But I knew better. This was real, too real. That night my phone rang at 11:47 p.m., unknown number. I let it go to voicemail. A minute later the notification popped up, one new voicemail. With trembling fingers I played it. At first there was just silence. Then a voice, a woman's voice, spoke softly. "I know you're confused. I am too. But we can't meet. We can't both be here. Do you understand? This isn't supposed to happen. Please stop looking for me. Go back to your life and forget this ever happened." The voice was mine. Exactly mine. The same inflections, the same slight rasp I get when I speak quietly. It was like listening to a recording of myself, except I'd never said those words. I dropped the phone and backed away from it like it might attack me. This couldn't be happening. It wasn't possible. The next morning, I packed a bag and drove straight to my mom's in Chicago without even calling first. I needed to get away from Oak Ridge, from Pineville, from whatever the hell was happening. I stayed with my mom for a week. I didn't tell her the real reason I was there, just said I needed a break from work. I spent the days helping her in her garden and watching mindless TV, trying to convince myself that the whole thing had been some weird hallucination or elaborate prank. But when I finally returned home, I found an unmarked package on my doorstep. Inside was a blue suitcase, exactly like the one Mike had described, and tucked into the front pocket was a photo. The photo showed a woman standing in front of Starlight Bowling Alley. She was wearing clothes I didn't own, standing with people I didn't know, smiling a smile that was mine in every detail. She was me, down to the tiny scar on my chin from when I fell off my bike at age 7. But she wasn't me. She couldn't be me. On the back of the photo, written in handwriting identical to mine, were the words, "There's room for only one of us here. I was here first." That was 2 weeks ago. I haven't left my apartment since, except to buy groceries and to move the blue suitcase to a dumpster 10 miles away. I've changed my phone number. I've called in sick to work so many times that I'm probably going to get fired. I keep the blinds closed at all times now. I jump every time I hear footsteps in the hallway. I haven't told anyone else about this. Who would believe me? Even Jake thinks I'm overreacting to what he still believes was just a strange coincidence. But I know better. I know there's someone out there with my face, my name, my voice. Someone who doesn't want me to find her. Someone who believes she has more right to be here than I do. And the most terrifying part, I'm starting to question whether she might be right. Sometimes I look in the mirror and wonder if I'm the original Sarah Collins, or if I'm the copy. I've started searching through old photo albums, looking for inconsistencies, signs that my memories aren't real, or that I haven't always been here. Yesterday, I found an old birthday card from my grandmother that I don't remember receiving. The message inside mentioned a trip to Florida that I have no recollection of taking. Was that her memory, not mine? Am I fading while she gets stronger? I don't know what to do. I don't know who to tell. All I know is that somewhere, not far from here, there's another me, and only one of us belongs in this reality. I'm writing this down now in case something happens to me, in case I disappear, or in case I wake up one day with different memories, living a different life. At least then there will be a record that I was here, that I existed, that this happened. If you've experienced anything like this, please let me know. And if you're ever in Oak Ridge or Pineville and you see Sarah Collins, which Sarah are you really seeing?